I think I don't want to call it too early. So LP hasn't played today yet, by the way. Everyone else, other than Moon, LP and Moon haven't played. I want LP to get going early because what it looks like they'll need is actually rebounds, like deflections, hustle. This is going to be like a real game. Yeah. It's going to be a good bump. What's that? I mean, it's going to be a lot to do. They win almost every game they play together. Someone trains with every game. I think I've started watching him go a little bit more lately too, like pulling up. So you saw him get a floater to the basket. He's doing a lot more of that, like going sideways. It's like he's adding like another layer to his game on top of the threes. So to see Zay over the course of the last year and a half, that I've really been like, and he's adding something all the time, and it's super impressive. There's always room for him. Yeah. Okay, good hustle. It's another one. Take it. Look. I think he might be a really good teammate for him. Yeah, because look, now it's got LP running for rebounds. I think Moon might be the guy that needs. Energized. Yeah, energized. Yeah, he's now taking control on the leadership of this. I like that. Probably playing like a 210. That's crazy. It's impressive. Somebody in the comments was saying like, just run through him like he's way stronger, and I'm like, everyone thinks that. Yeah, I've seen everyone try to run through him. It's just not that silly. He's way stronger for his weight. He has like that basketball. Yeah. Sure. Like that right there. Search out like an easier three. That's what school looks for. What's that? Those are the ones I talk about. Like, I hate harping on it because if he's hitting those, best player on the team. Yeah. But when he's not hitting them, he's beatable. And I think he lives in that too much. He just missed that shot. They got a wide open three. He's one of the best 3-point shooters. So,
Yo.
This threes, bro. I got like,
What's that? The one shot. That's it, buddy. So one shot.
can't get busted in the ball.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the one that he bucked out.
Great. Wow, that shot one. That's for the jump shot? Oh, wow. Oh, she's got her. You gotta shoot the good. Okay. Nice. I didn't know. I thought it was gonna take a couple more buckets before it got intense in there.
Oh, yeah. Damn.
Oh, you just see why he's one of those guys. Like, look at the intensity. You know what I'm saying?
You can see it on camera when he's like coaching guys in the corner or whatever. He understands the game. He like every game is life or death to him.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing it this 3-on-3. And people like that are great leaders, and they're meant to be coaches when they're done. Like he'll definitely be a coach when he's done, or a leader somewhere. Hey, is that a matchup? Is that a matchup too?
Oh, that's just a tough shot.
You see, School was actually over the ball.
Yeah.
And LeBron like double flexes for a second. Oh, oh. Hey, I didn't know I needed this 3-on-3 right here.
Wow.
I didn't know I needed this.
It's Mo's bringing that energy. Gives the air ball, so his confidence is bringing to this game.
I mean, you can't rest. That was 8 hit threes in the corner.
Cool, but out there is like, even in the game, like, you just leave him out there because you know he's going to break. Honestly, I can say that. But, you're not to question his effort.
He'll give you something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to think. When's the last time we seen this much talent in a 3-on-3? We see it mixed up in different, but this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of the top 5 players, and then the non-top 5 players is Lamar and Keith.
Like that should be a top 5 guy. You understand? So
This is crazy. Sleep. Oh, sleep. Man, I didn't. The way that the way the game looked like it was going, and the way the energy was, it didn't feel like they were going to get to halftime first. How many threes, uncontested threes, has he made? Four. And so we talked about it earlier. He's an expert at hunting out easy ones. Hunt out the easy ones. Even the back that he got was a layup. Like Scoop is just playing high level basketball.
We're seeing it.
We haven't seen him really get into his bag once or twice, but everything else has just been catch and shoot, sprint to a spot, catch and shoot. And it's just showing that the level of even the 3-on-3s, the 2-on-2s, like it's just higher level, higher IQ now.
We talked about the tough shot. Like I was talking about the tough shots today, but like it's like we're seeing it in real time. Like he's running the court, just sprinting out, just getting easy looks. Yeah. I mean, he has about like 14, 16 other
And
points.
got to have over half of them. But then how did Zay get his open 3? Because Scoop sprinted out, defense sprints to him, he kicks it one more. So even if it's not getting you a bucket, get someone else a bucket.
Make it winning plays.
And now they got a guard out here, and now start getting downhill again. So yeah, just really impressive. I like what Moon's doing, like a lot of coaching, but we got to see Rob somehow get involved.
That's what I was about to say. We got to see Rob because we see LP a little come alive a little bit. Moon is just like I said, he's always going to bring it every game. We just need to see a little bit more of Rob, and I think that can make the difference between if it's a game or not.
Holy shit. They said switch the ground. Oh, he switched the ground. Oh, he really switched the ground. That was crazy. He literally just said he was going to switch. And he switched. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That was nice. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, yeah, they feeling good. But oh, what to say to this? I ain't gonna lie. This look crazy. Stop. Gonna make them as well. So it's gonna get dark.
Even though that was a foul, stuff like that can throw off.
Yeah, it's not. Hey, cool them off a little bit. Cool them off.
You see LP and Moon trying to communicate. Rob, Rob.
You got Zay. It look like Zay PG for their team. I ain't gonna hold you. Look, orchestrating shot. I'm telling you, bro. It look like, look, this guy got to be ready. Get a PG in that team. Get a PG for sure. That's how they do it. They just, he's surrounded by shooters. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, man, just like saying, kind of working off that.
That's just
We are gardeners.
We are partners. Bum, 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 bum.
Watch all FIFA World Cup matches on Fox One with YouTube. Add over 45 streaming services in one app.
Hey Meta, take a photo.
It's your time to make a great impact. The U.S. Army Reserve.
That's just beautiful. Drive, Feder to his head, cut behind him. Like, it's simple.
now Zay gets to go. Gets the ISO on Rob. There we go. Needed that. Needed that one. Because if you miss, that's probably transition open three for them again. So needed that make there. All right, let's get to 20 right here. Moon just said let's get 10. Moon said let's get 10 in a row.
Think about it.
Yeah. So that's it.
Wow.
You know, we watch the NBA, you watch whatever level. Some guys are just better with the ball in their hands. So telling someone to play off the ball all of a sudden, it's really tough to do. Yeah, he'll just like he'll find something. He'll get a loose ball. He'll dive on the ground. You know, one more swing to Rob. That's the right shot, and then and then look, and he said, "Keep jumping."
They're bringing it closer.
That's Moon crashing again. Moon crashing again. Making it a 50-50 ball.
That's a rare.
Maybe that's how he fits in.
I kind of like it. Good.
Probably too tough on that one. He did make 3 or 4 in a row. So.
Yeah. He gets to going downhill, it could get tough.
He's super deceptive with how strong he is. The amount of times he does a lot of stuff where he gets you to shift your hips with just little movements. And as soon as your hips shift, he just like runs through people. It's super impressive. And I think it doesn't come off on camera really well, but the amount of people I see try to take that bump from Zay and get sat down, like they were down 20 or so. Damn. Tough drive.
Stu loves that match. I just don't know.
He gains like +10 to all attributes. That was good defense. They're going straight back to it. I told you, he probably got the highest percentage of and ones from 3. If that was a stat, he makes way too many of those. Splits action here.
Great. Wow,
I don't see a lot of people, but again, Moon can learn all your habits over the course of the game to 30 in months, but I don't see too many people win that bump and bring out the age of that.
That's a lot to guard. That's a lot to guard.
Almost put that beat on the court.
That's a lot to guard. That's a lot to guard.
So you got the game in here? That one.
Us 47-28. Like you said, we forgot each hours of the game. It's just off the field.
Rattles off.
Everybody on the court is a great player.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's drop time. Oh.
He got him. He'll be all right. He'll be all right.
It'll be fine, but it's when you Like he just wasn't even expecting it. He forgot it was there. You see how he hit it? You see something you like.
Can that roll off, bro?
Good hands. So, right here, what do we get to now on this session?
Unfortunately, I think Rob, we have to see if Rob and LP can rattle off some buckets. I would like to say throw to Moon and play a two-man game with Rob and LP, though. Yeah, please. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Good help. What do they call him? LeBron James? LeBron James?
Oh, that was crazy. He just jumped in the air. Like, hey.
Who's another guy who's like pretty young? Like for how long he's been playing on the same, like only like 24, 25. I'm pretty sure he's pretty young.
24, 25.
I think so. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure he's fairly young. I think everybody's young, so maybe that's just me. I'm pretty sure he's fairly young. Or like how smart he is, how hard he plays, like his leadership. He's not a fool. He's there again. Gave Rob a wide open three. It's a good look though. They takes away the wide open three for school. Here we go.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even trying to play it, but I've been running just. My God.
Well, again, this is like it's kind of like what Nitty does, like winning basketball.
Yeah.
You gotta this is how you let LP and Rob shine. I'll go do the other stuff. Yeah. Nitty does that with Nas all the time. I'll let him shine. I'll go do the other Yeah, he had to go back. He had to.
Shoe almost came off.
What if that beach view they promised just got 100 times better?
Always Flex Foam stays dry and fresh. See what foam can do for you.
The next generation of irons is here. SakomoGolf.com.
Welcome to Refresherland. Kick back with black cherry, bold and tart, or new big pineapple, a tropical refresh. Dunkin' Refreshers.
The summer of play is at Main Event. New games, all out summer. Buy a $20 arcade game card, get another $20 card free. Main Event. Do something awesome together.
Yeah, I'd like to see him swing into one and then play two-man game here. Like Rob and LP play some two-man games. It's just so stagnant with this team in comparison to the other ones. In 19, you should have been doing that.
Like something. Like something. I gotta see that. I want to buy that.
11. We did say this was a matchup we want to see. Yeah, like this, like getting into snack.
bitch ass to the studio or something, nigga. Lame man, nigga. Look at this lame man, nigga. Hey, man. Man, what the fuck wrong with DDG, man? That nigga a bitch. Well, I'ma beat the fuck out you. Hey, hold on. Ain't grab no photo. Hey, hold on. Let me see this pussy ass nigga. Hold on, man. Ain't no way. Look at this lame man, nigga, man. Nigga lame as fuck. This nigga got 300 bots in his chat. He got 2
get better together. Boom bought them enough possessions to like figure it out. Together. Playing to Rob in the post. Like, he said back straight over here. They no rebound.
Man, that's it. Yeah. You know, it's at that point of the game where it's like, you know, it's gonna get a little gritty.
A 50-50 call.
I mean, I think right there you gotta do it.
So again, this is one of those criticisms I probably made really early on with LP, is just like finishing on that right side. But everyone's kind of said forcing there. Because if you let him go left, you're not stopping him. At least here you have a chance.
Because he's going and he brought it back to the defense.
When they can mess with the elbow. I knew it was going in. As soon as you said it. Well, he also shoots it on the way up. Like he's letting go by the time he's reacting. Oh, for the game.
Wow.
Hey, I'll say though, hell of a game just from everybody. Like everyone had a moment. Yeah, moment in that game where Moon like really caused it to be like a game. You know.
The rain came down in sheets that autumn evening, turning the small town streets into rivers of reflected streetlight. Marcus Chen stood in the open bay of his modest repair shop, watching the storm intensify as he wiped his hands on an old rag. His dark hair was damp with perspiration from the day's work, and his gray t-shirt bore the honest stains of engine oil and effort. Behind him, in the small office attached to the garage, his 8-year-old son, Leo, sat doing homework at a battered desk. The boy's sandy hair fell across his forehead as he concentrated on his math problems, his yellow rain jacket hanging on a hook nearby, ready for their walk home. Marcus had owned Chen's auto repair for 6 years now, ever since his wife, Elena, had passed away from cancer. The shop wasn't fancy, but it was honest work. It had allowed him to be there for Leo in ways his corporate job never had. Someday,
Nasty. Ugh. Oh, whoa. Oh my God, bro. Ugh. Oh. Oh my God.
All right. What's the topic, host? Who's on your panel?
I don't have any topic to be honest. Oh,
Who's
low
on
key
your
tired.
who's on your panel right now?
Well, it's Cam and Dante. Cam might not say much. Then you got Dante. He'll stay for a few minutes and he'll hop off, and then it'll be empty again. But I don't expect anybody to hop on. I don't expect anybody to say much. That's what it's been the last couple streams, but it is what it is, though.
Yo, Dante, did you go to the parade? And how was it if you did go?
What are you talking about, fool? Of course I did, fool.
How was it?
What do you mean, how was it, fool?
Okay.
It was hell on earth, fool.
That's a hell.
That's right, Cam. So you had fun? It was a good time? That's what I'm trying to ask. I'm not trying to give you a hard time,
Obviously,
Dante.
it was, you fool. Goddamn greatest show on earth. People standing on street signs, people standing on buildings, waving flags. Freaking ecstatic. It was freaking ecstatic.
When was it? Wednesday?
It was Thursday, fool.
That's cool. Come here. You know what? Where the fuck put that? I wonder if Celtics are gonna get broken up. See, the wait and see. I need to go out. Everyone wants to know who's gonna get Giannis. This fucking drama's going on forever. Just tell us who's gonna make the fucking trade.
No, it
Yeah,
ain't us.
he's not going to Boston. And if he does go to Boston, they're going to lose too much to get him. And we're still not going to have a rim protecting center and a real point guard. Giannis is not the solution for the Celtics, and everybody knows it. Plus, the guy has a lot of injury issues with his calves and other shit. If you go out, you better not fucking bark, boy.
Why would you trade Jalen Brown for Giannis?
Don't want to. I think it's insane.
That's a stupid trade.
It's a stupid trade. Jalen Brown is always healthy. He only had a little bit of meniscus slip in his knee or some shit. He always plays.
Yeah, Jalen Brown, yeah,
He's
for sure.
Jalen Brown's never missed serious time ever. So no, most Boston fans, huh?
Nah, he a better all around player than Giannis right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any younger.
Jalen's entering his prime. Jalen's still in his prime.
Why would you give
28.
up on a young player that you done already won a championship with to go get somebody else?
I have no fucking clue.
That's stupid. Y'all done
It's
already
so
won a
stupid.
championship with this man and Jason Tatum. Why the fuck would you try to trade this man?
I couldn't tell you that. They're a huge. It's a developing story. They're a huge. Them in Miami, and maybe the Warriors. But I don't know why they would trade I don't know why they would trade Giannis to an East Coast team. What's that?
This man probably the best damn two-way player in the league right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Stop. Come here. Come here. This dog goes out at fucking 1:50 a.m. and just starts barking.
And then even though Jalen
Get your ass in
you know what I'm
here.
saying, that's respectable from the 3-point line to give it somebody that can't shoot the ball. That's crazy. How the fuck would I give up my player that can shoot the ball for somebody that can't shoot the ball? Man, get the hell out of here.
I don't know.
Jalen Brown down here get to the paint. He probably not just like Young, but he plays the inside out too. Shit, he a bruiser too. He like to get down here too. So what's the deal?
I have no idea.
I
It's a serious conversation, dude. It's gonna be like a 3 or 4 trade team trade. It's not.
I wouldn't do it.
A lot of Celtics fans don't. Most Celtics fans say no thanks. Most Celtics fans are pretty realistic. Most Celtics fans aren't very delusional. I'm sure you've noticed that. They tend to really know their team. There's not too many casual Celtics fans.
Nah, y'all just need to go somewhere like, man.
They're trying to trade Brown, I'm telling you.
Nah, that ain't. That's the stupidest trade ever.
They better not.
Nah, y'all just need to go to.
And then you got these guys trying to create drama with Jalen Brown in Boston, like Stephen A. Smith trying to tell him that nobody likes him in Boston, and that's fucking bullshit. He's beloved in Boston.
How nobody don't like this man in Boston? This man spent his whole career in Boston, just like Jason Tatum.
Because Stephen A. Smith likes to.
Jalen Brown was probably there before Jason Tatum. I think like a year or two before, bro. So like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, the year before. It's because Stephen A. Smith and a lot of these media want to create drama. They want to create shit because it gets them popular.
Jason Tatum shouldn't have never got down, went to should never came back. He should have just sat the rest of the year out. And just let them boys play. Now that what they trying to make confusion and shit, that they done lost how they lost. You feel me? That's how shit go though. They're looking for anything. And shit hit the fan.
Tyrese Halliburton didn't come back. But then again, Tyrese Halliburton was on a team that was never going to make the playoffs. Still.
Nah, Giannis need to go to like shit.
Dude, I'm telling you, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to break up. They're trying to get him. These faggot Stephen A. Smith are trying to cause shit. And they're telling Stephen A. Smith has posted stuff like nobody likes you in Boston, the Celtics don't like you, you're not liked, you're not that guy in Boston, you're not the number one guy, you'll never be Jason Tatum. That's the kind of stuff they're writing, dude. And you wonder why these players hate these guys.
Nah, he don't need to. Nah, Giannis don't need to go to Boston. Giannis need to go to like Orlando or some shit like that. That'd be better.
Stephen A. Smith is a fucking idiot.
See, Orlando, their team is like a piece away. They really should have went deeper than they went. They really should have never let the Pistons come back and beat them. They had them. Brad tripping. Oh my life, this boy is twisted. Oh my life, Brad tripping.
Oh, my mama. Snage. Remember Snage? He's street.
But nah, yeah.
I wish Mike would find Snage and beat the fucking shit out of him.
Yes,
He owes Mike his money. That guy came on here and talked all tough. Anyways. Go Mike would fucking beat the shit out of that fucker.
Nah,
He's like white or Latino acting like he's trying to act like he's black. I hope they don't get rid of Jaylen Brown. I agree with you. I think he's better right now than I think he's a better player. He's always healthy. He's a great two-way player. He's a swing man. He fits in a lot of different lineups for us. He's a leader on and off the court. He never causes trouble or gets in any trouble. He's always healthy. How could you not like Jaylen Brown?
Why the fuck would Jaylen Brown want to go to Milwaukee?
I don't think he'd be going. I think it's a multi-team deal. I think he could be going to so many different teams. It's like a huge trade deal that they're trying to put together involving multiple teams. And they said something Simmons, that big news reporter, Bill Simmons or whatever the faggot's name is trying to say it's really close to happening.
But who the other team?
I haven't followed it super closely because I don't want to waste time because I don't want to get all fucked up about it. But there's a lot, like it's super big news. It would involve
see, all that shit matter. I don't think that ain't no good trade though, bro. Like I said, I feel like Orlando would be a better fit for Giannis.
Bro, the trade, like they're saying the Celtics are going to give like 3 or 4 first round picks 3, 4, maybe even 5. Plus
or
Jalen
even,
Brown, plus
or
Sam
even,
Hauser.
or even, I'm gonna tell you another sneaky team that'd be a good fit, and that they could possibly make a deal to get them because they got the assets. The Spurs. Watch out for the Spurs for Giannis too. That'd be nasty.
Oh Lord.
So like a De'Aaron Fox and like probably like a couple like a future draft pick and another player or two. Oh my gosh, they got the assets. That'd be this. Oh my Lord, they could do it.
Give me your
That's
dog.
a real like that's realistic too.
It's okay.
For sure. I'm fucking around and let Giannis go to San Antonio, boy. The league gonna be in trouble.
I don't want him going to the Celtics. I don't want him going to the Celtics. I don't want him. He's always fucking hurt. And then he's got to bring his fucking brothers along to take up roster spots, and they both fucking suck.
Milwaukee could use a point guard too.
Yeah, I don't want him.
Shit, De'Aaron Fox and Miles Turner and down Lil Rollins, them boys should be straight over there. Shit, De'Aaron Fox can push pace. That'd be a decent little fit.
Only reason I was looking at it is because one of my best friends is Nigerian, and he likes to follow Nigerian athletes since they're his people. So I was looking at it because I was like, fuck, maybe he'll start being a Celtics fan. Because I'm like, who's your team? He's like, I don't have a team. I just follow players.
Yeah, Orlando and San Antonio would be nasty.
Who the fuck wants to follow Giannis while he's in Milwaukee? Who the fuck's a Milwaukee Bucks fan outside of Wisconsin? Nobody.
Shit, they used to have a lot when they was good. They just done fell off. Shit, Drew Holiday gone, Chris Middleton, them boys gone. So shit, you know, it ain't really nothing no more. It's just Giannis over there and a couple young cats. That's all it is. That was shit, but before shit, there was a lot of motherfuckers like in Milwaukee and shit when they were good.
Chris Middleton, Holiday.
Yeah. Bobby Portis. Shit, Bobby Portis still over there. Shit, Brook Lopez, yeah, that one them boy good.
They should have won more than one chip. They should have won 2 or 3, and the reason they won 1 is because he's always hurt, and also because they like fucked up in the playoffs several times. Not that the Celtics haven't. We fucked up to the Heat. We fucked up to the Warrior, but we fucked up to the Cavs. But the point is that the Bucks have underachieved in many years. If you look, so many years they had the number 1 seed and they were 1 and done or 2 and done. At least the Celtics consistently usually make it to the Eastern Conference Finals or the Finals, except for last year and the year before.
But what team has won multiple championships in the past few years? Only team that really won multiple championships was Golden State. Bro.
Lakers.
No,
the Lakers, 9-10, the Golden State, 3 and the Lake. No. Okay. The Warriors won. The Warriors won 3 and 4 years and 4 and 8 years.
Ain't no other teams won consistent championships the past few, like since in last.
Yeah, no, and you could say you can say in the 2000s and 2010s the Spurs and Lakers. That's it.
Come on, bro, don't do that.
Okay. Just the Warriors. That's it. But their dynasty's done, unless they get a miracle. Unless the miracle happens. Unless the Warriors could come back if they land a big deal and get a Giannis type guy to go with Steph and Draymond, they could win a title. They could. Is Wiggins still there?
They thought the Thunder was a dynasty. They thought they was gonna do it. They ain't do it.
Wiggins in Miami.
Who do you got besides Draymond on defense these days?
Jimmy when he healthy.
I think Draymond about to go.
No, but if you got Giannis, you'd probably have to get rid of Jimmy, right?
Yeah.
Nah, I wouldn't do that. That'd be stupid. You'll be moving backwards doing that. You gotta keep them together.
We keep Jimmy and get rid of that. We get rid of KP. trash ass.
Yeah. Giannis, Jimmy, and Steph would be nasty for sure. That'd be nasty.
But the thing with this contract, we will have to give up more than just KP.
Shit. The Knicks was a big one for them, but I think all that out the door because they don't want to change shit, so they don't even really need to fuck with their team. I think they straight. I don't even think they gonna even make no moves no more. They feel like they cool.
We could give them KP, Palism. We give them Pie. And who else?
That's solid and a couple draft picks. That might get it done. Shit, KP, Pie. Who else you said?
Yeah, KP and Pie.
And who else? Just for the fuck of it, just like
maybe we might have to put. I don't really want to put him in it, but we might have to put him in it too.
who?
Moses Moody. We might have to throw him in it.
Either Moses or Gui, one of the two.
Yeah.
Gui Santos, one of them.
Yeah. Or they might want GP. Or they might want GP too.
Nah, they ain't gonna want GP. Not saying GP are bad, but they ain't gonna want him. They know like how valuable he is to your team. They know like that he just like nah, they ain't gonna want GP.
Cause he valuable for the team. That make him want it even more.
Nah, GP ain't going nowhere. Golden State gonna try to keep GP.
Yeah,
Shit,
but if it coming down to getting Giannis, they'll let him go.
And I am right? The Warriors are a contender for Giannis, right? Right, Fambo? They're in the mix, right?
It's a bunch of teams in the mix.
Yeah, but the Warriors are one of the more serious ones. Miami, Boston.
Yeah, if I'm Giannis, I'm either trying to go. Yeah. If I'm Giannis, I'm either trying to go to San Antonio, Golden State, or Orlando.
But you know else where he could end up at? Houston.
Where would Durant go? Who the fuck wants to trade for him at this point? They'd be dumb. Oh wait, he just had a great year, didn't he? Or was that James Harden? How was Durant's year? Wasn't it decent? It wasn't bad though. But James Harden had an amazing year, right? Didn't he? One of his best, or not best, but who am I thinking of that had an amazing year?
He had an okay year.
Who was the OG player that's been around for a minute that quietly had one of his best years? Who am I thinking of?
I don't know. KD going.
Kawhi had a good year.
That's who I'm thinking of. I think Texas would know who I'm talking about.
That's a bad. Nah, that's a bad
Texas
boy.
and I talked about it before.
Kawhi had a hell of a year this year.
Yeah, Kawhi.
Yeah, somebody was asking me on the channel why I trade Draymond for Kawhi. I was like, if he's staying healthy, yeah, I would.
Shit, if he had that rivalry he had with Bron, shit, I want him in LA. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want nobody that we done had a rivalry with. I don't want to team up with no rivals. I'm cool on that. Shit,
but he ain't going.
No rival shit. I love Kawhi in LA. Oh, bro. Shit, it was supposed to happen before he went to the Clippers. Bro. I remember that shit. When he left Toronto, he was supposed to one of his number one options with the Lakers. He fucked around and went to the Clippers. Bro. I remember that shit. Shit, I think PG was supposed to come for a little minute too. Bro.
Yeah, come here. I thought we was getting Paul George, and he ended up going to. No, he ended up going to 76ers.
Oh, you talking about
76ers.
this? Oh, so you talking about lately?
Yeah.
Shit,
And I'm like,
PG came back.
I'm glad.
PG, shit, PG
I say,
came back from that injury and went crazy in the playoffs. PG went crazy, bro.
yeah, but
Nigga
that
couldn't miss.
year,
Nigga couldn't miss from the 3-point line.
yeah, cool. He first year he go to 76ers like if it's a bully season, and this motherfucker on the sideline injury.
Yeah, them boys just weren't healthy, but shit, nah, the
Yeah.
Knicks was good, bro. Shit, the Knicks was down 2-0 to the Hawks, bro, and then lose no more games, bro.
And my folks, he a Clipper fan.
Until
He's
they
like, he
until
said,
they
y'all
got
just
to the
dodged. He said, y'all dodged a bullet. But I'm like,
them boys were down 2-0 and then lost one game to the Spurs. Come on, man. That shit crazy. 2-0 in the first round and lost one game to the Spurs in the down finals. Come on, man. Them boys got them on a mission. The boys on the fucking mission.
yeah, cause
Yeah, bro, tripping.
that Alan Silver was talking about the final. He very disappointed of the final.
Who that?
Why?
The fans.
Is
He
that
was
Adam
very
Silver?
disappointed about the fans.
What'd they do? Act stupid?
Did you hear? they
No.
they kicked
What?
in.
Hmm?
They kicked in one of the fans. They kicked one of the fans doors in and beat him up at the
Where,
motel.
in New York? Where?
Yeah, in New York.
Excuse me. That shit always happens, bro. How is that the league's fault? That's just people being people. Like, that's always going to happen. Some people are just looking for an excuse to go fucking ham.
And then the fan,
Don't you?
the one who they jumped, he came back out. He came back. Everybody started scattering. They say he came back with the pistol. They start scattering.
Damn. Where was this? In New York City or in San Antonio?
In New York.
But let me hear your opinion as someone who's been around and knows what's up. Would you say that that is something the league can control, or do you think that's just people being people?
The league can't really control it because it was away from all that stuff was away from the game. It was at the motel.
I don't trust a thing that Frankenstein looking fuck says. He is happier than horse shit because the league is making money hand over fist. So don't listen to what he says. That's a lie. That's just propaganda. He's happier than anyone, dude. They're making record revenue year over year. Like, they're expanding like a motherfucker in Asia and Europe and Latin America. Asians are gobbling them up more than ever. Philippines, China.
You watched the soccer game today?
I bet on it.
Who you bet?
Who you think? I bet the USA. I put 300 or 400 on it. I made 200 or whatever the fuck it was, or I bet 300 on it. It was an easy bet. The US is ranked 17. Australia is ranked like 25, and USA is basically playing at home in front of their people.
You think they can win the World Cup?
Of course, no way. I bet on the Netherlands tomorrow. I put a couple $100 on the Netherlands. I think I'll win that. It's easy betting in these qualifying rounds. You go with, like, I got fucked over because I took, even though I'm half Iranian, I took I took New Zealand over Iran, and I was ahead, dude. It was an amazing bet, but then they came back and tied it twice, and it ended in a tie. And you don't win if they end in a tie. But I should have sold my bet. I should have sold the contracts. I was up 350, but I was like, nah, I want 600. I got stupid. But
Can you bet?
I bet.
Can you put?
Nope.
Can you bet? Oh, can you bet and say it's gonna be a tie too?
Yeah. Yep. There's no team that's going to win this that's not a huge favorite. There's only 5 or 6 teams that are going to win this, like Argentina, Spain, Portugal, England, France, maybe Brazil, but probably not. Like those 5 teams I just mentioned, like Argentina out of Latin America, and then the only other contenders are England, France, Spain, Portugal, and France. It's literally like Western Europe and Argentina. You could also say the Netherlands are like, there's like 5 teams that are contenders, and then there's a few on the outside, like Netherlands and 1 or 2 other teams, Brazil.
And it always be a sleeper. It always be a sleeper team that upset some of them.
Bro. Germany's probably in the top 10 too. But here's the thing, bro. Soccer's different. Like, there's like, you're not going to have like a 15th or 18th ranked team win a World Cup. It's going to have to be like a top 5 team. Like it's different from a lot of other sports. Like you're not going to have a New York Giants come in and win. Like that's just not going to happen. I could be totally out of pocket saying this and wrong, but it's not how it works. Like it's always the favorites that win every fucking year. Spain, Argentina, France, Italy, Brazil. You don't have any. You have
not Brazil.
In the 2000s, they were the juggernaut, and they've been contenders a few years. They're not anymore. They're not a top 10 team right now. Well, they were
last
top 10,
time
probably.
You know what the last time they won the World Cup?
2002 or something. 98.
1966.
Brazil?
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
1966 is the last time they won the World Cup.
You're wrong. You're high.
So Qatar ain't good.
Qatar's horrible. They're not horrible, but they're probably like our 30th ranked team.
So Qatar horrible.
They're not doing nothing. They won't even make it out of the qualifying round. How can you say Brazil won? You have a phone right there, bro. They won a ton of times in the late 90s, early 2000s. Plus, they've historically run many times in the 60s and 70s with Pele.
So who y'all receivers? On the coach.
Damn, doors, man. You baking doors, man. Damn, man.
Nah, he getting baked. He's getting baked. I bet him any type of money. They won. They have a huge fucking squad that kicked ass. I'll pull it up right now. You guys are fucking tripping.
Famble right. Famble's 100% right.
You're fucking tripping. They won in 1994 and 2002.
2002.
That's quite a bit different from 62.
It was still decades ago.
Are you fucking high? There's a huge difference. That's 40 years.
But it's still, what, 24 years ago? So what, 10, 20, 30? What, 2.5 decades? Damn near?
It's still, the point is the U.S. and Canada, Mexico are not contenders. Mexico is probably better than the U.S. We're ranked around 15 or 16, which is better than we've been, but we're not going to win a World Cup anytime soon. The best athletes in the U.S. go for sports that make them a lot more money, like football and basketball and baseball and hockey. Like, it's so much harder to be good in the World Cup because it's a world audience. People from all over the world play in football. It's by far the most popular sport in the world, by far. You got kids in Africa playing it. You got kids in Latin America playing it. Go to any of these countries on vacation. Mexico, Colombia, I've seen it. That's all the fuckers are doing. They're playing soccer.
Wait a minute. Slow down, bro. Slow down, brother. You saying soccer?
Fuck yeah, it's the most popular by a mile.
Soccer is I'm gonna say all that. It's definitely up there, but you can't forget about baseball, bro. Baseball
Not
101.
even close. It's
Bro,
popular, but it's not
baseball,
even close. How many motherfuckers in
baseball.
Africa and Asia are playing baseball outside of Korea and Japan? Come on, bro.
What
Don't be
is the
silly.
most popular
You can't
sport?
say outside, bro. It's still Asia,
It
fam.
ain't
You can't say
soccer.
outside of something, bro.
How much you want to
They
bet,
in
Mike? I
Asia.
bet you $500.
Shit.
The most popular sport is soccer.
Mike to Mike, it's jacking off.
So, soccer is not the most.
Bro.
Oh my god!
This guy's
Come on.
crazy.
I'm gonna tell
This
you.
guy's crazy.
I'm gonna tell you the list. At number
It's like
one,
I'm a
soccer
fucking bum.
got 3.5 billion fans. Number
Oh,
two,
cricket boring.
number two, cricket, 2.5 billion fans. Number
Is of
three,
India.
basketball, 2.2 million fans. Hockey, 2 billion fans. And then tennis, 1 billion fans.
Soccer's boring. I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter if it's boring.
He said it, no.
Soccer can't be the
Doesn't
most.
matter.
It's cool.
Because you're
Soccer.
American.
I'm gonna tell you why
You're
soccer.
American.
Hold on, it's a flawed list. It's a flawed. Hold on, real fast. The reason why soccer is number one, and what else he said 2 and 3, is because there's no Kobe, there's no Jordan, there's no prime LeBron James. No, we gotta be honest because
They have all those. They have all those versions of
Hold
those
on,
people.
hold on, listen, you dumb fuck. When
Messi's
LeBron
richer than Kobe.
Suck my dick.
No, that list is bullshit. That list is bullshit.
This is global. Then you got the American. Just in
We're talking about
America.
global now. We're talking about global now. We're talking about global.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Can I finish? Hold up! Can I finish? Can I fucking finish? Y'all sit here. Y'all talk the longest. Can I fucking finish, please? Y'all talking about y'all, bro. I'm not speaking for Cam or what's the name. Fambo's reading a list for what it is right now. But what I'm talking about is what, Cam? When LeBron James was in his prime, when Kobe Bryant was in his prime, when Jordan was playing, when Magic was playing, when Steph Curry was in his prime. I can keep going.
Nope.
Bro, stop the bull. Bro, stop talking when I'm talking, Doors. Shut the fuck up when I'm fucking talking.
You don't have respect for people, bro.
Bro, once again, stop cutting me off, bro. You talk long enough. You came in here, you talked the first 10 minutes in a row.
You're saying uneducated stuff, dude. As soon as
Bro,
you
once
talk,
again,
you're saying stupid
no,
stuff.
it's not. No, it's not. You know how many LeBron James fans there are, you dumb fuck? You know how many fans fuck with LeBron James?
It's nowhere near the scale of soccer. You have no.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. When LeBron was in his fucking prime, in my line, Cam, when LeBron, Kobe, and Steph Curry, and fucking Paul Gasol, Ben Wallace, Dwight Howard were in their fucking prime, the NBA was the fucking shit, my nigga. Fuck you talking about? Dwayne Wade, Dirt and the Whiskey. Should I keep going? Monte Ellis, Steve Francis, Barry fucking Davis. Should I keep going, Cam? Should I keep going on this nigga? Prime Klay Thompson. The NBA was to me was number one back then. We had all the niggas playing. What? What is nigga talking about? Big Ben, Chauncey Billups, fucking Tayshaun Prince. What is this nigga talking about? Paul Pierce, the fucking truth, my nigga.
Okay, Mike.
AG. The NBA is shit now compared to that.
When Kobe, Jordan, LeBron in their prime, soccer
you only named three players. You only named three players. You only named Fambo. I'm gonna say it again. Cam, did I just name three players? No, I'm naming a bunch of niggas. It ain't just them three. But bro, in the 2010s, 2000s, you had so much fucking talent in the NBA. It was ridiculous. The talent now is very small. It's limited. It's very small. Very little. Is Victor Wembanyama talented? Yes. But who would you rather watch?
It's top heavy right
It,
now.
that's my point, Kim.
Bad
Who's
days
watching?
spread out.
Then you had Tim Duncan. What? Tim Duncan, David Robinson.
Tony
What are
Parker,
these
Manu
niggas talking about?
Ginobili. Real
Manu
shit, bro.
Ginobili, Tony Parker, Chris Paul, a young Chris Paul. What? What are these niggas talking about?
But Tony Parker fan wasn't that big.
I'm
His
I'm
fan
not
base
just
was so small.
bro. You're not listening, Fambo. Tony Parker in his prime, bro. Name me 5 point guards right now better than Tony Parker in his prime. I'll wait.
It's gonna be hard, boy.
It's gonna be hard as fuck. Hard as shit locks. You can't name 5. You can't name 5. We're not talking about small forwards that play point guard. We talking about traditional point guard. We talking about real motherfucking point guards. Tony Parker was that nigga. What? Talk about I'm gonna cross you up. I'm a little floater. I'm gonna cross. I'm gonna shoot the mid range in your eyeball. I might do a step back and shoot a 3 in your face, nigga. I might run a pick and roll and throw the fucking Tim Duncan. Man, y'all tripping. Motherfuckers tripping.
Tony will quit.
Tony Parker was a bad man. He was a bad man. He was a bad motherfucker. We forgot about Prime Ray Allen. The fuck? Prime Ray Allen was a fucking problem. You can't lead him for, bro. You turn your head. You might as well say gang. Like, what are niggas talking about? Like, what? This NBA right now, it's not shit compared to that. If 2010 2000 was way better than this. Victor Wembanyama ain't better than Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard in his prime is better than Victor. Who want to bet money on that? Dwight Howard in his prime is better than Victor. That's a fact. That nigga's putting up fucking numbers.
I ain't gonna lie.
Numbers.
Dwight Howard in his prime was like a baby Shaq, no cap.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Dwight Howard first 3 years and Victor first 3 years.
No cap.
Dwight Howard first 3 years. Dwight Howard first 3 years and Victor first 3 years.
I'm taking Dwight. I'm taking prime Dwight over anything Victor done so far. I'm being honest, bro.
Yeah, they first 3 years.
No.
If you put 09 Dwight, let's be honest, Cam. If you put 09 Dwight Howard on this current Spurs team, are they not beating the fucking Knicks? Are they not beating the Knicks? They would have won it all, bro. They would have won it all, bro. If you put Dwight Howard at 09 on this current Spurs team, Cam, bro,
ain't nobody gonna
who gonna check him?
with him. Ain't nobody gonna
Who gonna check him? Who got the physicality to stop him? And this nigga jumping out the fucking gym. What? Dwight Howard was a physical specimen. He gonna play blue ball.
Early on when Dwight was in Orlando, I'm trying to tell you like a baby.
Bro, 09 Dwight Howard was bully. Bro, who on the fucking Knicks, Cam? Who on the Knicks gonna stop 09 Dwight Howard? Who on the Knicks gonna stop him? What? Dwight Howard gonna bully these boys. It's gonna be a slugfest. It's gonna be bad, bro. It's gonna be, bro. Karl-Anthony Towns and fucking Mitchell Robinson gonna foul out in the first 2 minutes. Dwight Howard is so fucking physical, bro. That nigga, his physicality, his athleticism alone, like, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. Karl-Anthony Towns might fake an injury. He just might fake an injury. So, fuck that. I ain't playing this, bro. Fuck that. Even I want no part of him.
That big body definitely gonna take a toll on you. He put them big them big shoulders in that sternum till he go at you. It's gonna be a long day.
Okay,
this he got the big biceps.
Come on, man.
Okay, this is Dwight first 3 years. He averaged 15.1, 11.6, 1.3, 1.7, 0.8, field goal 58%,
What is all
and
that?
free throw.
That don't mean shit. Who would you rather guard? If you're a big man, let's be honest. If you're a big man, who would you rather guard? Victor or Dwight Howard? If I'm playing big man, I'd rather guard Victor because Victor, even though he can't go in the paint cam, what is Victor love? He loves shooting.
He plays from the outside in. He don't play
Shooting
from the inside
palm.
out. He play from the outside
Exactly.
in.
I would not want to guard Dwight Howard because Dwight does what? He gonna hit you. He gonna hit you with his elbow, his shoulder.
In the paint. Shit.
He gonna live in
He
that
don't got
place.
nowhere else to
He
go.
gonna fight you down there.
He's gonna rape
I would
you.
not want to guard that nigga. I would not want to guard the Dwight Howard. I don't care if Victor averages 40. I'd rather guard Victor than to guard Dwight. Dwight gonna hurt you. Dwight
He's
Howard,
gonna
did
rape.
you not
He's gonna rape you. He's a rapist.
bro?
Yeah, he's
Hold
gonna
on, bro.
rape you.
Stop saying such shit. You fucking bastard. Stop that such ass shit.
I told you, bro.
Cut that such ass shit out, bastard boy. What I'm saying is this: me and Cam trying to tell you, bro, Dwight Howard is going to beat you up physically. Like he ain't gonna just dominate you. You see, Victor might dominate you, but he ain't gonna humiliate you. Dwight Howard gonna humiliate you, literally. He gonna elbow you. He gonna beat you up. He gonna duck on your face. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, Dwight Howard is disrespectful. Like he ain't like Victor. He gonna trash talk you. Like what? Niggas, like, guys is tripping.
What?
Victor ain't never soft compared to Victor is soft compared. Cam. I'd rather guard Cam. If I'm playing big man, I'd rather guard Victor because at least he's gonna shoot. He's gonna shoot a lot of jumpers, and on top of that, Victor is what? He's skinny. He's skinny too.
Yeah.
He's way slimmer. Dwight Howard is a big body. He gonna beat you up physically, mentally, emotionally, all kind of shit. And he gonna take elbows the whole fucking game. He gonna come at you the whole game.
Yeah, the guys. I can't think of the guy without thinking of him doing that. He's scary. I'm sorry.
Bro, stupid on basketball, you dumb fuck. I'd rather guard. We're talking about if you had to guard
Mike,
Victor.
you don't talk to people
Bro,
like
once
that.
again, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If I gotta guard, bro, once
you need
again,
to get skull fucked.
if I got, bro, shut the fuck up. If I gotta guard Victor or Dwight, I'd rather guard Victor because Victor is a skinny body who loves shooting jumpers. Dwight Howard is going to do what can. He going to commit you all fucking game. We talk about 4 quarters of beatdown, 4 quarters of elbows, 4 quarters of shoulders.
Look,
what?
Look, check this out. Y'all might goddamn.
He gonna beat you up.
Yeah, y'all might fight a little bit. Shit, the white goddamn will throw them bitches too now. He ain't scared. She might goddamn get it on right now.
But it don't matter what Victor does. It doesn't matter how much weight Victor puts on because Victor loves to do what? Shoot jumpers. Dwight Howard ain't shooting no jumpers. Dwight Howard ain't shooting shit. Dwight Howard gonna put you in foul trouble. My line Cam, he gonna put you in foul trouble.
Yo, best thing to do is send his ass to the line. That's your best bet.
That's it. But even then, Cam, even though you're sending him to the line, you're still doing what? You're still taking elbows in the process. You're still getting that shoulder in the process.
Shit, 9 times out of 10, the goddamn person taking the fouls, goddamn, gonna be a bitch.
And he might fight you too. And he might put his hands on you. And he might put his hands on you. On top of that, he might. I ain't gonna lie to you. Who? If you had to get into a scuffle with 1 or 2 people, would you rather get into a scuffle with Dwight or with Victor? You tell me. If I gotta get into a scuffle, I'd rather be Victor for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, Dwight Howard is gay. That's the first reason. The second reason is I don't want a guy that got big shoulders trying to grab me. Fuck no.
Man, the white might hit you.
How come you mentioned he's gay? Motherfucker, keep it on basketball.
The white might hit you with a bow.
The Dwight Howard might spit on you. Shit, the hell? The Dwight Howard crazy.
He's also
I ain't gonna
7
lie.
foot tall and fucking built like a freak.
I'd
I
rather
wouldn't want
guard.
motherfucker anywhere near me.
If
Who
the
can?
white
Who
spit
can?
on me, if the white spit on me, his mom better have his funeral paid for.
You an OG
Are you just
Fambo.
talking tough? Are you
Hold
just
on, let
talking
me
tough?
address.
Or
Hold,
no, 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 no,
hold on,
no. Are you
hold on. Let me
talking
address.
tough,
No,
or would
hold
you
on.
really
I'm
do that?
talking. Hold up.
I
Let me
really do
address.
that. That's the worst thing
Hold
somebody
up.
could do is spit on you.
Let me address. Hold up. Let me address Fambo. Fambo, you're an OG. You're an OG. We're talking about is you got to guard Victor or Dwight. What I'm saying is that we all on the panel agree that we all would love to guard Victor instead of Dwight because Dwight he gonna do some shit to you. He gonna make you want to kill him because he gonna do some serious shit to your ass. That's why I said if I have to choose, you know what I'm saying, Cam? If I got to choose out of the two, I'd rather guard Victor because he ain't gonna do no shit to me. He ain't gonna elbow me, none of that shit. He gonna want to shoot jumpers. I can live with that. I can live with guarding the big man trying to shoot jumpers. Okay, that's cool. But I don't want to guard the white who gonna be battling me in the paint all fucking game.
So check this out. Check this out right here. If you the Lakers, what you keeping Reeves? What you doing this offseason? If you the Lakers,
Man, reason to kick rocks. Reeves and DeAndre Ayton. Ayton and Reeves needs to both pack their bags together, get on the bus, train, whatever they ride, and get the fuck out of LA. And LeBron need to go too. I ain't gonna lie to you. LeBron need to go too. LeBron too.
Y'all can keep Ayton.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that.
No.
I'll take the white right now. I'll take the white out of Taiwan right now over that nigga. The fuck?
You put Ayton at the 4. You don't put him at the 5.
No, Aiden gotta go. Fuck that. No, Aiden bitch ass gotta. No, Aiden has to go. I don't give a fuck. Aiden gotta. No, we gotta. No, hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. If we gotta play against Cam, you have to listen, y'all. If we gotta go against the Thunder, because OKC is not going anywhere, right? OKC and the Spurs is not going anywhere, correct?
Nah.
So if that's the case, we're not going to beat those two teams if we got Reeves and DeAndre Ayton on the fucking roster. They gotta go, both of them. We're not beating the Spurs or the Thunder with no fucking Reeves and no goddamn DeAndre Ayton. They both need to pack their bags and go anywhere. Africa, India, Russia, fucking Pakistan, Somalia, Egypt, somewhere.
I don't think Reed going anywhere.
Man,
who you picking up if you get rid of them two?
Reeves got to go, and LeBron got to go too. I'm sorry, LeBron got to go too.
Cause Luka want Reed.
Shit, them boy need some more defense over there. Them boy need some more defense over there, man. Marcus Smart can't do it on his own. It might be over with. Shit, I can't goddamn. It might be over with. I ain't holding on. Nothing that ain't valuable no more.
Man, Reeves gotta go.
So look, Vando might be on the hot seat.
So you might lose Luka. If Reed go, Luka might want to leave the next year.
No, who gives a fuck with Luka? Who cares with Luka Doncic? Luka Doncic needs to. Luka Doncic just watched his ex teammate Jalen Brunson win an NBA championship. If I'm Luka Doncic, your mindset should be fuck Reeves, fuck Ayton. I'm going at the fucking ring because Brunson got a ring, and who else got a ring? Kristaps Porzingis. So two guys that played with you, Kristaps Porzingis and Reeves. I mean not Reeves, Brunson. Two guys that played with you got rings without you. So if I'm Luka, you can't play that buddy ball shit. You cannot because look, let's say the Lakers keep Reeves and Luka never wins a championship ever. But Kristaps got one and Brunson got one. They played with you. That's gonna look bad on you, Luka Doncic. It really is. If I'm Luka, put your feelings to the side. Say, Reeves, I know, man, you cool, homie, but you fucking suck. well, you don't suck, but you're not good enough to beat OKC or the Spurs. You gotta go. You gotta make a boss move. Look. LeBron James has done it. LeBron has made plenty of moves that have us thinking like, what the fuck? But then he go win rings. So sometimes you gotta make a tough decision. Say, you know what? I love you, Reeves. I know me and you hung out, Taco Tuesday, all this, that, and the third. But you gotta go. Him and Ayton has to go. Marcus Smart needs help. You can't have him as your only defender. Smart and Vanderbilt could stay, but Ayton and Reeves need to go for something. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll trade Reeves for fucking Dyson Daniels and Kuminga. I ain't even playing with that. And then you take Ayton. I didn't lie to you. I already want to pick Capella.
Atlanta hanging the phone up.
You need to get rid of LeBron. You paid too much for him. You could get a lot of players for that amount of money. Oh. Don't you think, Fambo?
Well, but you have to sign LeBron to trade LeBron.
When is that going to happen? When's the deadline for that shit?
I don't know when the deadline. Let's see.
But regardless of what Fambo,
when is the NBA deadline?
Regardless of what Fambo says, look, I'm gonna go ahead and say this online real fast. To Doris. Doris sent me 3 texts just now. So yeah, Doris, you're actually stuck, my brother. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Bro. You know, y'all keep on making bets that's crazy, and then be like, oh,
I didn't make them that crazy. I did a lot less than you wanted to do. Don't put it around on me, buddy.
No, that's on you.
Be a man. No. Don't pull that shit.
Like I said, brother. You know, it's gonna take me some time to get to you. I'm about to break you. I'm about to break you and him down. I already told both of you. I gotta break both of y'all down.
It's been a week and I haven't received a dime, and you've been paid once or twice. I don't know what to tell you, bro. My money.
I want my money.
At the very least, I should have gotten $50.
I want my pussy.
That's not how you treat people, Mike.
I want my pussy. I want my pussy. But hey, man, you gotta wait. I'm gonna pay you in increments when I can, and you gotta wait. It's that simple. There's nothing I can do, brother. Ain't nothing I can do about that. Unless some miracle happen, unless something crazy happen, and go Mike magically get some crazy amount of money, and then I can go ahead and do it that way. What I should have started doing, I should have look. I ain't gonna lie to you. I shouldn't even bet on the fucking series in the first place, especially after fucking Victor threw the ball off what's the name back.
Hey, Mike, I'm gonna tell you where you fucked up at on no bets.
After game 2, when fucking Victor had threw the ball off,
when it was already, who's back? When it was 2-0, you should have never took that bet from the beginning.
No. That's not why I fucked up. Why I fucked up at is that in game 2, when the game was tied, and Victor, who did he throw a ball for back of who? Who was that for Fambo? Was it Castle? I think he threw the ball off of Castle back in game 2. That's where I fucked up. I should have let this series alone. After that shit happened, and they went up 2-0, well, he was right. You been saying the same thing. When they went up 2-0, I should you're right.
Yeah, when Texas asked you on the bet, and you like, yeah, you'll take that bet, and they were already down 2-0. You never take a bet when they down.
Yeah, I should have left that shit. I should have left that. When they went down 2-0, I should have bet it. I should have bet it at all. Because, man, like, if it was 1-1, maybe. but been on the series down 0-2. And look, it's not even just the betting part; it's the amount. 250 for Doors and 265 for Texas. That's not easy for me to pay. That's like what 600? No, well, damn near.
No, 270 for Texas.
Yep, 270 for Texas
and 350 for Doris.
Is it? Damn. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You is right. See, even I was off 100. Damn. 350 plus what? Plus 270. So I owe 620. So it's gonna take me some time to pay. I can't pay a full 620 off bail. It's gonna take me time to pay that. I'm gonna have to do 100 a week just to knock that shit down. But even then, it's not gonna be easy to do 100 a week. That ain't gonna be easy.
You know, you might have to get you a lawnmower and some gas.
Shit, that costs money. That costs money, man. I don't know, man. Because if I pay them how I think I'm going to pay, it'll be hard. Payment plan, yeah, that's all I'm saying. That ain't going to be easy, man.
You need to start making them big bets that you can't afford when the game is over.
I mean, sure. I didn't think it was going to go that bad, though. I didn't think it was going to end like that.
But when you gamble, what am I have to do? You got to look at it from the. If you win, then you got to look at it. If you lose, you got to look at it from both ways. You just looking at if you win, how much you will get, but you ain't looking at when it's time to pay.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's all good, Cam. It's all good, Cam. It's gonna be hard for me to come out of this hole. When we let go Mike down, yeah, he did. Hell yeah. Because now it's gonna take me a long time to get these niggas out. We talking about the end of the year. It might take my ass to the end of the summer. Just to get one of them out. Huh? It's gonna take me the whole summer to get these niggas out.
Cam said he ain't forget Mike.
Yep. No, that's too high. I can't pay that. I can't pay that a week. I'll tell you, man, that's too high. What I need is what I need is some miracle to happen.
Or you could do $50 a week.
That ain't possible because I got too much shit going on. I got too many things that have transpired, so I'm not gonna be able to do that. 50's too high per week. Like, 'cause I got other things I have to pay for, so I'm not gonna be able to do 50 a week. I got stuff I gotta take care of, man. I got other stuff that I have to pay. I can't just neglect that to go pay $50 a week. That's crazy. The only thing I can think of is if some miracle happened. Like I said, it's gonna take a miracle happen because it's gonna be hard for you to get both of these niggas out. 350. See, I didn't even know that, but Famo knew it. I was thinking it was 250.
Cause y'all,
Now if it was 350,
y'all better,
yeah.
cause on the last game, y'all bet another $100. Cause if you'd have won, it'd have been only 150 you owe.
See, right. If it was 150, I could have paid that in my sleep. I could have just went. See, if it was 150, if it was 150, then I could probably brawl the extra 25, add that 25 to my 25, and that's 50. And then I could probably put my bones and loan out 100 and then pay that off and then go back to Texas. I would owe Texas like 30.
Well, you might have to sell your jerseys to pay them off.
Is that what?
You might have to sell them your jerseys.
Shit. Give me your OnlyFans, girl. I guess LaFonso hopped off. Man, if Snage had paid me, if Snage had paid me, if everybody paid me that owe me money, this wouldn't even be a problem. That's a sad reality.
Okay, should I get this or this? Gemini in Chrome? Which of these noise canceling headphones has long battery life? This looks good.
It is that time of year again. We can start summer sale, and here it's on.
It's the biggest set of the year.
It's up to simple. Here, here.
Fine.
Tony, babe, here. Let me see this.
You're lucky I at least.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah. No, for real.
Pasta?
Yeah, you want some?
I can't.
Watch the cards. Sorry. No, watch the cards.
Yeah.
No, watch anything. You can just like live a day. Live life.
I do live life. I do life. No, it's just not my cheat day. This is not my cheat day.
Right.
Don't be like that. Tony, you know how important this is to me. Come on.
What are you looking for? Whey protein?
No. Not my whey protein. My creatine. Do you know what it is?
No. I have no idea.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, hey, you want to go?
No.
Come on, just like old times. It's been so long since we've been able to work out together. Come on, quick one. And I know it'll make you sleep better. I started doing push-ups right now, so. Oh, that's okay. Here, let me help you. So, arms are good, but just get them shoulder length apart and keep them straight, nice. And then just put your feet together, keep your butt down, and then slowly start bending your elbows. Hey, it's not stupid. Listen. It's okay. It'll just take time. You just gotta keep practicing. It's okay. Listen, the more you practice, later, 5, 10, 20, I can do that now. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
I know it's not great to me. Why'd you throw it away?
I put that in trash ants falling all on.
Ants? You're back?
I need to get going because Billy wants to play some stuff.
Oh. Okay. Well, but can you give me some bug spray and leave my crazy away? Okay, bye, babe.
Yo, Tony, what's good, man?
Not much, just living life.
How's Naomi? I just saw they sent you guys a picture. I was like, wow.
Oh, the one that we took together?
No, the one she posted an hour ago. What? Dude, she's so young. You're a lucky man.
Yeah, well, she's lucky too.
Bro, I'm just saying, if I had a girl that was stronger than most physical trainers out there, I'd definitely have a good training you. You know how much they make you pay at the gyms these days?
Yeah, that's true.
Look, for real, the shape that you're in, you definitely need to train right now. You'll be weak and packing on some pounds at the same time.
Shut up.
Whoa, whoa. I'll get your girlfriend here to beat me up, bro.
Dude, just drop it.
You good? Oh.
God,
Huh?
why do you always post pictures to the whole world and show off everything? I'm getting sick of this, Naomi. I'm getting sick of your Instagram, I'm getting sick of your fitness, and I'm getting sick of you.
Okay, well, I don't have to post pictures then.
It's not about the pictures.
Then what is it, Tony?
Honestly, I'm happy that you're a fitness freak, and it's great, and it's wonderful that it's really good for you, but it hasn't been good for me. I'm really tired of hearing it from everybody. Oh my God, Naomi is so fit, she's so awesome, she's so great. But you know what? I can't even hang out with my own friend who just talks about how young you are, how freaking amazing you are, and that's great. But you know what? It really sucks that every time I come to the room, I have to see you do all this fitness vlogging, do all this fitness IG, and it's really hard when you're working all the time and you're really stressed out, and then you can't even open a jar, you can't even do a damn push-up. Do you think I'm happy? I'm not happy.
I'm sorry, Tony. I didn't know you felt like this. I really feel like fitness is different for everybody. And it's so important to me. And you know, I think things like IG make people feel like they have to have the perfect body. And then it makes you feel bad after. It doesn't help that I'm posting. I'm sorry about that. But fitness is different for everybody. Everybody's on their own path, and everybody has their own body types, and their own ways about going through this. You know, just because you can't do what I'm doing today, doesn't mean that someday you can and you will. And that's the beautiful thing about fitness. You can actually see the results if you put in that hard work and time. You know, just because you can't do one push-up today, I know that if you have patience, consistency, you keep that mindset and a positive attitude, one day you'll be able to do 50 push-ups. I know so.
I'm sorry. Also, I'm sorry for throwing away the creatine that we don't have any ants.
We don't? God, I knew something was fishy. It's okay. I forgive you. Okay. I'm finishing this one.
The next morning, Naomi starts to train Tony. Things aren't easy at first, but with time and practice, Tony is able to do push-ups and other exercises that he was never able to do before. After a few long and hard months, Tony is in the best shape of his life, and he's happier than ever. Eventually, Tony and Naomi decide to start a fitness account on Instagram that keeps it real and motivates others. guys, this is Tony,
Hey, and it's Naomi.
and we just wanted to remind you all that it's not all about fitness or Naomi and myself. It's about being better than yourself. And if you happen to have a goal that is really difficult to reach and feels impossible, just know that if you're not comparing yourself to others and you're comparing yourself to you, that's all that matters. And with patience, consistency, you'll definitely get there. All right. Have a good day. Peace.
When you start with simple ingredients, right?
Oh my god.
The snow fell quietly on Fifth Avenue as Jonathan Blake stepped out of his evening business meeting. At 37, he'd grown accustomed to these late nights, the endless negotiations that built his commercial development empire. His dark hair was touched with early flecks of silver, his tailored black coat a shield. The city street gleamed after the evening rain, reflecting the amber glow of streetlights and neon signs in wavering pools. November air carried a bite that made pedestrians hurry past closed shop fronts, eager to reach warm destinations. The financial district had emptied out hours ago, leaving behind only the stragglers, late workers heading home, couples finishing dinner dates, and those with nowhere particular to go. Michael Hartley walked with purpose despite the hour, his navy suit still crisp, his leather shoes clicking precisely against the wet pavement. At 41, he was a senior partner at Hartley & Associates, one of the city's most prestigious investment firms. His dark hair was styled perfectly. His posture spoke of confidence, and everything about him suggested a man who'd built exactly the life he'd envisioned. His son Ethan walked beside him, his small hand enveloped in Michael's. The boy was 6 years old, wearing a red winter coat and a striped scarf, his brown hair slightly mussed from the hood he'd been wearing earlier. They'd just finished dinner at Michael's favorite steakhouse, a tradition he tried to maintain every other Tuesday when Ethan stayed with him. "Did you enjoy dinner, buddy?" Michael asked. "Uh-huh. The French fries were really good." Ethan swung their joined hands slightly. "Can we go to the toy store on Saturday?" "We'll see. I might have a work thing, but if I'm free, sure." Michael's phone buzzed in his pocket, probably another email from Tokyo. The markets there opened soon, and he'd been monitoring a volatile situation all evening. He was already mentally composing his response when Ethan suddenly stopped walking. "Ethan, come on!" "It's cold, and we need to get you back to your mother's apartment." But Ethan wasn't moving. His attention had fixed on something ahead, and Michael turned to see what had captured the boy's focus. A woman sat on the sidewalk ahead, huddled against the storefront of a long-closed bookshop. She wore an oversized gray coat that looked like it had been salvaged from a donation bin, and her blonde hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. In front of her sat a worn backpack and a stroller, one of those cheap umbrella strollers you could buy at a discount store. Inside the stroller sat a teddy bear, positioned carefully as if it were a child. The woman wasn't actively begging. She didn't have a cup out or a sign. She simply sat there, arms wrapped around herself, staring at nothing. Michael felt a familiar tightness in his chest that always came when confronted with visible homelessness, guilt mixed with defensiveness, sympathy mixed with the desire to look away. He gave generously to homeless charities, told himself that was the responsible way, to help rather than encouraging panhandling. It was easier to write checks than to look directly at the reality of suffering. "Come on, Ethan," Michael said more firmly, tugging gently at his son's hand. But Ethan didn't move. He stood frozen, his small body rigid, staring at the woman with an intensity that made Michael uncomfortable. "Ethan, we need to keep walking. It's not polite to stare. But Dad..." Ethan's voice was strange, higher than usual, tight with something Michael couldn't identify. "Not now. Let's go." Michael started walking, expecting Ethan to follow as he always did. But the boy's hand slipped from his. And when Michael turned around, Ethan was still standing there 5 feet away, still staring at the homeless woman. "Ethan, come here now." Michael's voice had taken on the stern edge he used when patience was running thin. Ethan turned to look at his father, and Michael saw tears streaming down his son's face. "Dad," Ethan said, his voice breaking. "Dad, that's Mom." The words didn't make sense. Michael actually replayed them in his head, trying to rearrange them into something comprehensible. "What, Ethan, that's not..." But Ethan had already turned back to the woman, had already started walking toward her with small, hesitant steps. "Mom? Mommy?" The woman's head jerked up. She looked at Ethan, and something passed across her face. Recognition mixed with horror, mixed with anguish, so deep it seemed to physically hurt to witness. "No," she said, her voice hoarse. "No, baby, you shouldn't..." She started to stand, clearly intending to leave, to run, to disappear into the night before this moment could continue. But Michael was already moving forward, his mind finally catching up to what his eyes were seeing, to what some part of him had recognized the instant Ethan had stopped walking. It was Jennifer, his ex-wife, Ethan's mother. Jennifer, who was supposed to be living in her renovated townhouse with her successful real estate business. Jennifer, who had custody of Ethan every other week. Jennifer, who sent him short, professional emails about pickup times and school events and never talked about anything personal. Jennifer, who was sitting on a city sidewalk with a teddy bear in a stroller and terror in her eyes. "Jennifer?" Michael's voice came out strangled. What's happening? What are you doing here?" She was shaking her head, backing away even as Ethan reached for her. "Ethan, sweetie, you need to go with your father. You need to..." "Mom!" Ethan threw his arms around her waist and the dam broke. Jennifer's face crumpled and she folded down onto her knees, holding her son and sobbing with an abandon that made passersby slow their steps and stare. Michael stood frozen, his successful, ordered world tilting on its axis. This couldn't be real. Jennifer had her life together. They'd divorced 3 years ago, amicably enough, or so he'd told himself. She'd been unhappy with his work schedule, his priorities, his inability to be present in their marriage. She'd wanted more than he could give, so they'd separate. It had been sad but civilized. They'd agreed on joint custody. They'd sold the house and split the assets. Jennifer had taken her half and bought a smaller townhouse. She'd restarted her real estate career, which she'd put on hold when Ethan was born. That was the story Michael knew. That was what Jennifer had told him was happening. None of it had been true. "Somebody help!" A voice cut through Michael's paralysis. An older man was approaching, pulling out his phone. "This man is bothering this woman and child." "No," Jennifer's voice was sharp despite her tears. "No, it's okay. This is my son. And my ex-husband. It's okay." The man looked uncertain but pocketed his phone. Though he stayed nearby, protective instinct not quite satisfied, Michael crouched down to Jennifer and Ethan's level. Up close he could see what the distance and dim lighting had obscured. How thin Jennifer had become, the shadows under her eyes, the way her clothes hung on her frame, the rough patches on her hands. "Jennifer, talk to me. What's going on? Where have you been living?" She wouldn't meet his eyes. "I can't. Ethan, you need to go with your father. It's his custody week anyway. I'll see you in..." "Where?" Michael's voice was harder than he intended. Where will you see him? Here, on the street? Jennifer flinched as if he'd struck her. Ethan was still clinging to his mother, his face buried in her coat. Don't leave, Mommy. Please don't leave. I don't want you to be out here. It's cold. Baby, I'm okay. Mommy's okay. You're not okay! Ethan pulled back, his small face fierce and tear-streaked. You don't have a house. You're sleeping outside. That's not okay. Michael felt like he couldn't breathe. How long? He asked. How long have you been homeless? Jennifer was still looking away, still trying to maintain some shred of dignity in an undignified situation. It doesn't matter. Ethan's been fine. He doesn't know. He hasn't known. How long? Michael repeated, his voice stronger now, demanding an answer. 4 months, Jennifer whispered. A little over 4 months. 4 months. While Michael had been dropping Ethan off at what he believed was Jennifer's townhouse, while he'd been exchanging polite emails about school supplies and doctor's appointments, while he'd been living his orderly life, completely unaware that his son's mother was sleeping on the streets. The townhouse? He asked. I lost it 8 months ago. Medical bills, I had some health issues, didn't have good insurance. Then business dried up in the real estate market. I couldn't make the payments. I tried to get something smaller, but my credit was shot and I couldn't find anything I could afford. I've been staying at shelters when I can get a bed, but there's a waiting list. And she trailed off. But on your custody weeks, where has Ethan been? Where did I drop him off? Jennifer's face flushed with shame. My friend Monica. She lives in my old neighborhood. I'd stay with her on my custody weeks, sleeping on her couch. But her landlord found out and threatened to evict her if I didn't leave. That was last week. So she looked at the stroller with the teddy bear. I've been pretending I still have a home. When you drop Ethan off, Monica takes him. She watches him during my custody time. She told me she couldn't keep doing it, that it wasn't fair to lie to you, that I needed to tell you the truth. But I was so ashamed. I couldn't face telling you that I'd failed this badly. Michael sat back on his heels, trying to process this. His ex-wife had been homeless for 4 months, living in shelters and on the streets, and he'd had no idea. She'd been orchestrating an elaborate deception to maintain the illusion of stability, to preserve her custody time with their son, to avoid admitting that she needed help. Why didn't you tell me? The question came out more as anguish than accusation. I could have helped. I would have helped. Would you? Jennifer finally met his eyes, and there was something raw and honest in her gaze. Really? Or would you have taken it to a lawyer and argued that I was unfit? That Ethan should live with you full time? That I'd proven I couldn't provide a stable home? Michael opened his mouth to deny it, but the words stuck. Because the truth was, he didn't know what he would have done. He liked to think he would have been compassionate, but Jennifer knew him. She'd been married to him. She knew his first instinct was always to control situations, to solve problems, through legal and financial means, rather than messy emotional engagement. You're right, he said quietly. I probably would have gone straight to my lawyer. I would have tried to take custody. I would have thought I was doing what was best for Ethan. He paused. But Jennifer, look at where we are now. You can't keep living like this, and you can't keep lying to me about where our son is staying. I know. Tears were streaming down her face again. I know, but I didn't know what else to do. I was trying to figure it out. I was applying for jobs, looking for anything that would pay enough to get me into housing. But it's so hard. Employers can tell something's off. I don't have an address. I can't always shower before interviews. I'm trying, Michael. I'm trying so hard. Ethan was crying again, holding both his parents now, his small body shaking. Please help Mommy, Dad. Please, you have to help her. Michael looked at his son, his beautiful, sensitive son who'd noticed what Michael had almost walked past, who'd recognized his mother even in circumstances Michael couldn't have imagined. He thought about the life he'd built, the success he'd achieved, the comfortable distance he maintained from problems he didn't want to face, and he made a decision. You're coming home with us, Michael said. Tonight, right now. Jennifer shook her head. I can't. I can't impose. You're not imposing. You're Ethan's mother and you need help. I have a guest room in my apartment that no one ever uses. You'll stay there until we figure out a long-term plan. Michael, your life is different now. You have your routines, your privacy. You don't want your ex-wife living with you. You're right, I don't. Michael said it honestly, seeing Jennifer flinch. But what I want is less important than what Ethan needs. And what he needs is to know his mother is safe. What he needs is to not lie awake at night worrying about you sleeping in the cold. So this isn't about what I want. It's about doing what's right. He stood and extended his hand to Jennifer. She stared at it for a long moment before taking it, letting him pull her to her feet. She swayed slightly, and Michael realized how little she'd probably eaten recently. When did you last have a real meal? He asked. I don't remember, Jennifer admitted. Okay, we're going to stop and get food on the way home. And tomorrow we're going to figure out next steps. Doctor's appointment, getting your documents in order, whatever you need. They gathered Jennifer's meager belongings, the backpack, the stroller with the teddy bear that Michael now understood was a prop to make her look more like a mother taking a walk, rather than a homeless woman camping on a street corner. Ethan held his mother's hand tightly as if afraid she'd disappear if he let go. Michael's apartment was across town, but he hailed a cab rather than making them walk. During the ride, Ethan chattered nervously, filling the silence with 6-year-old observations about his day, his school, his friends. Jennifer listened with an attention that spoke of how much she'd missed these ordinary moments. Michael watched them and felt something crack, open in his chest. The wall he built between himself and emotional messiness, between his ordered life and the chaos of real human suffering. He'd walked past Jennifer without recognizing her. Would have kept walking if Ethan hadn't stopped him. He'd almost missed this moment entirely, almost let his discomfort with homelessness keep him from seeing his own ex-wife. At his apartment, Michael ordered food delivery, enough for several meals, not just dinner. While they waited, he showed Jennifer the guest room, found her clean towels, told her to take as long a shower as she needed. When Jennifer emerged an hour later, her hair clean and wearing borrowed clothes that Michael had hastily pulled from his closet, she looked more like the woman he'd married and less like the broken person on the street. But her eyes still held shadows that wouldn't wash away so easily. They ate together at Michael's dining table. Michael, Jennifer, and Ethan between them. The boy was almost giddy with relief, chattering between bites, reaching out periodically to touch his mother's arm, as if to confirm she was really there. After Ethan went to bed, Michael and Jennifer sat in his living room with tea. The awkwardness of the situation, settling over them now, that their son wasn't there to fill the silence. Thank you, Jennifer said quietly. I know this isn't what you wanted. I know it's uncomfortable having me here. Uncomfortable isn't the right word, Michael said. Ashamed is more accurate. Jennifer looked up, surprised. I almost walked right past you, Michael continued. I saw you sitting there and I looked away because it was easier than engaging. If Ethan hadn't stopped, if he hadn't recognized you, I would have just kept going. I would have left you there. That's not your fault. Most people look away, but you're not most people. You're my son's mother. You're someone I once loved. And I was ready to ignore you because it was more comfortable for me. Michael set down his tea. I need to know everything, Jennifer. What happened? How did it get this bad? So Jennifer told him. About the health scare a year ago, irregular heartbeat that required tests and monitoring, about how her insurance from her real estate work was minimal and the bills had piled up, about how the real estate market had contracted and her sales had dried up, about falling behind on the mortgage and trying to sell before foreclosure, but the market being too slow, about the shame of losing everything despite working so hard, about making choices between paying for her health or paying rent, about the cascade of failures that led to homelessness. And through it all, Jennifer said, her voice breaking, all I could think was that I couldn't lose. Ethan, he's the only thing I have left. He's the only thing that matters. So I lied and pretended. I was fine because I was terrified. You take him away from me. I wouldn't have taken him away, Michael said, though the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. Yes, you would have, Jennifer said gently. Not out of cruelty. You would have thought you were protecting him. You would have gone to a lawyer and argued for full custody, and you probably would have won. Because what judge gives a homeless woman custody of a 6-year-old when his father has a luxury apartment and a successful career? Michael couldn't argue because she was right. He would have done exactly that, would have told himself it was in Ethan's best interest, would have used his resources to ensure the outcome he thought was right. So what now? He asked. Jennifer looked at him with exhausted hope. I don't know. I don't know what comes next. But for tonight, I'm grateful just to be warm and safe and close to my son. It's more than I've had in a long time. Over the following weeks, Michael and Jennifer worked together to rebuild her life. Michael used his connections to get Jennifer interviews at companies looking for someone with her skill set. She started a job in property management, not glamorous, but stable income with benefits. Michael helped her navigate getting new identification documents, repairing her credit, establishing an address, and slowly, carefully, they learned how to be co-parents who actually communicated. Not the distant professional exchanges of before, but real conversations about Ethan, about their own struggles, about what they both needed to be better parents. Jennifer moved into her own apartment after 3 months, but they'd established a pattern by then. Family dinners once a week, regular communication, actual partnership in raising their son. One evening, almost 6 months after that night on the street, Michael and Jennifer sat on a bench in the park while Ethan played on the playground nearby. "I never thanked you properly," Jennifer said, "for what you did that night. For taking me in when you had every reason not to." "I didn't do it for you," Michael said honestly. "I did it because Ethan asked me to. Because my son saw someone in need and didn't look away, and I needed to be the kind of father who could teach him that was the right response." "Well, however you arrived at the decision, it changed my life. It gave me a chance to rebuild. I don't know if I would have survived much longer out there." Michael looked at Ethan, laughing as he went down the slide. "Do you remember what he said that night?" "Dad, that's Mom." 3 words that changed everything. "Kids see things adults miss," Jennifer said. "They haven't learned to look away yet. They still believe that if someone they love is hurting, you help them. They haven't developed all the rationalizations we use to avoid discomfort." "He's a better person than I am," Michael said quietly. "He's a 6-year-old with a good heart," Jennifer corrected. "You're a 41-year-old who learned to listen when your child told you something important. That's growth. That matters too." They sat in comfortable silence watching their son play, both of them changed by that. November evening, when circumstance had stripped away all pretense and forced them to see each other as they really were. Not the competent adults they pretended to be, but broken people, doing their best with insufficient resources and too much pride. "I was thin."
Vita Coco's legal team said I can't call this a sports drink, so I won't. But Vita Coco has 3.5 times the electrolytes versus the leading sports drink. And I feel my game with Vita Coco. Vita Coco, 3.5 times the electrolytes versus the leading sports drink.
Watch all FIFA World Cup matches on Fox 1. Now available with YouTube. Every player, together we can face. So it's easy to watch, even when it's hard to watch. Find sports, shows, and movies on YouTube. At over 45 streaming services in 1 app. Try it free.
Let's go, y'all. We got an amazing 2-on-2 matchup right now. To the right of me, we got my boy Jay with the Rock. We got Reese. To the left of me, we got Jose. And we got my boy Dre. Y'all got anything to say for this matchup? NC Money Line.
All glory to God.
Anything to say?
All glory to God. Let's get a bunch of.
All glory to God. Let's do it. They just won hoop. Let's get it.
The series opens on a young man gripping a wooden stick, slamming it into the chair in front of him with every ounce of rage in his body. Wood splinters, the chair buckles, and he keeps swinging like he's trying to beat the pain out of his chest. And all of this because the day before, his girlfriend stood in front of him completely shattered, sobbing her heart out, begging, "I know I messed up. Please forgive me. It was a mistake from 10 years ago. I was so young." But he can't process a single word coming out of her mouth. The second she reaches out and touches his shoulder, he flinches back, disgust written all over his face, and walks out, leaving her crumpled exactly where she stands. And here's where the gut punch lands. The unforgivable thing she did? She cheated on him with the closest person to him in the world, his own brother. And she buried that secret for 10 whole years. So to understand what actually happened and why she chose this exact moment to confess and torch their relationship for good, let's rewind all the way to the beginning. Our story begins with Percy Fraser, a beautiful young woman who works as a writer. Her most striking
Second half. Don't do it like that. Yeah, it definitely was, but he didn't call it. You might have traveled because of the foul. 25-9. So you're in that island by yourself, boy. You gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. Nothing they will do. Dog, angry, give you something to motivate you. Say, man, you're not scoring. Yeah, does he have to do it by himself? Yeah, I think they're right. That's a football right there. The Rock got to find his offense. He got to get aggressive. Otherwise, we're going to be very tired. Then you got to borrow Jose or Dre at the other end. That's like Dre, a lot of energy. All right, we're going to take 3 weeks. Figure it out, man. Figure it out. What you feeling like, Jackie, bro? What you feeling like? What you feeling like, Jackie, bro? Yep, he needed that. He needed that. find where we match your vibe. I might be able to find your match. Oh, Tinder music might help you connect with people who share your music taste. Another day, another match. Thank you very much. Music mode out.
Just like that. Remember that feel right there.
Time to drill out. You need that right side.
All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Great.
Oh, you need this. You need. Need it, man, three. Overpaying you? That's the, you know what that is? You know what that is? That's overbeing too prideful, not trying to just let like you want to give the ball. All right, gotcha. Gotcha like that.
Correct. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Here we go. Straight. First read. Good hustle. Good hustle. Good hustle, Jay with the rock. And 28-16. 28-16, guys.
This is why you don't take your shirt off, bud.
Look at me now. Look at me. Nice. 16-28. Walk down. We gotta walk down, Tech.
Good defense. Good defense. Good defense. Good defense.
Ooh, welcome to grind. Good move. What's going on? 28-18. $28-25. Wow, we gotta walk down. Basketball is a game of runs. A game of runs. No matter how you start, you can be down by a lot. But if you decide to play a little bit of defense, You can't get yourself back into any game. He still is an asset rather than a liability. Hey, 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 oh. Drake. Yeah, that's a good ass move. Oh, he just crashed my truck. Did he make him crash the truck?
Still a 3-point game. Life is up. 28-25.
28-25. Game to 40. Last game of the night, guys.
Yes, yes, yes.
Drake free throw line. Over under. Oh. Good shot. 29-25.
Dre wants the ball.
Drake.
Let's get that one in.
Great pass. Great pass. Did you see that pass? Did you see that skip pass? Did you see that skip pass? My God.
Good pass. Another one.
Reese gonna go. Reese gonna go. Oh, he knows. I know you want to score, but you got to trust your team, bro. You know what I mean? You know, make the mix, you got to trust your team.
Yeah. That's also a confidence boost.
Hell yeah.
Because he's passing me the ball.
Because he's going to be at the end of the game. They're going to score. They're going to dunk like something. Oh. They are literally doubling this right now.
I'm not too mad because the Bucks been doing a good job all day, though. Two back-to-back calls. Let me know what y'all think about those last two calls.
Correct.
They gotta hit this.
You gotta trust his team. 13. He should have passed it again.
Fire in the hole.
Drake.
I see the win double teams.
Drake. Physical. The physicality has right there. Drake has let it grow. Not bad as hell. It really don't take bad shots. Reese got to go.
If he's done, he's got to pass the ball.
Great pass.
You need this. Need that. Okay, $2 $4.
Reese is going to the next one. Just take the rock. Now take the rock. Now make a damn shot. You wide open. Not that shit down. First grade foul. Gang point. 81, guys. 81.
Sheesh, man. Another great game. What's that? We 9 for 9 right now? But yo, nonetheless, y'all, great job. Y'all hard time.
We are gardeners.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Water's calling. See what's out there.
I'm breaking up with you because you won't stop watching Starman videos.
What are you talking about?
You watch Starman while you drive. You watch Starman while you work. Man, on YouTube right now.
Actually, I'm not. I'm watching Starman's new series. Every credential.
Which means I help buy and grow companies and then sell them for more than we paid. It's like fixing something up and making it more valuable. Yes.
How much money do you make?
That's a personal but great question. I would say that it depends on how good you are at your job, and I think I can say that I'm doing pretty well. And that's why I travel so much. I have meetings with companies and investors all over the world. It's a pretty sweet life.
No phones in class table.
Show too.
At least my dad's super busy with big things. What's your dad's excuse for not showing?
My dad's super busy with super important stuff too.
He is?
Oh yeah? Like what?
Like working with celebrities and stuff.
You're right.
I thought Dad said he wasn't going to be late again.
Oh no.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? What? You trying to kidnap my kids? Huh? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's okay, you know.
Yeah, that's Greg, Mommy's boyfriend.
What?
Nice to finally meet you.
How was I supposed to look in the woods? You never introduced us.
Because you never showed up when I scheduled the time for us to all sit down.
I've been busy with work.
Right. Too busy to actually show up for your kids when you say you will?
I'm trying to make big moves, okay?
Just do your son a favor and try to show up to his birthday party on time. Can you manage that?
Hey, what you watching? Young man.
Disney Samsung show.
Oh, cool, cool. Can I watch with you guys?
It's okay. TV time's over anyways. Greg promised to help us with our homework. But you're still going to help me get ready for the talent show later, right?
Of course we are. Just tell him I show up 3 hours early. Hey, Jay, can I talk to you for a second? I'm sorry I didn't make it a career day.
You should be. Mitch started making fun of me, so I panicked and told him that he worked with celebrities. Which I invited Greg.
Why? Because he got a cooler job than me?
No, because he'll show up when he says he will. I don't need you to be cool, Dad. I just need you to be there.
So let me get this straight. You missed pickup. Nina's boyfriend swooped in looking like a toothpaste ad, and now your son's just out there lying that you know celebrities?
You looked at Greg like he matters. Like Greg's the guy that gets things done. The grown kids act like I'm the guy standing outside the ropes.
Well, maybe because you are the guy outside the ropes.
I'm doing all of this for them. Right? Extra shifts, late nights. I want them to have everything they want in life.
Marcus, hey, love isn't about more things. It's about showing up when it matters. Start with Jaden's birthday. Yeah? Be there on time.
Oh no, not again.
There you are. Sure you didn't want to give it another hour or two of disappointment?
I was working late, couldn't break. But I made it, didn't I?
You just started opening gifts.
Happy birthday, Jaden. Thanks.
No way. You got me a vinyl and it's signed by the Weeknd? Thanks, Dad.
Are you sure that's the right signature?
Got it authenticated and everything. It's a little something from me. Thanks. At least I put some thought and effort into my gift. Then give like a ham sandwich in a paper bag.
No way. I thought it was all sold out.
You got us hall tickets to see the Weeknd? This is the best thing ever.
Well, I managed to pull a few strings. I mean, I felt bad that you weren't able to get them when they went up.
That's a nice way of saying when you didn't buy them after you promised.
Thank you so much. You're the best. Oh, no. Mitch started making fun of me, so I panicked and told him that he worked with celebrities. Which I invited Greg. Operation Pizza is a go. Ready, throw. What? 3 new Toy Story 5 personal pizzas from Papa John's. Order 2 or more for $6.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's. Nice work. That's how you make a pizza. See Disney Pixar's Toy Story 5. Now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
It's your time to move things forward. U.S. Army Reserve.
Sometimes the messiest part of life is the schedule. When there's zero time, Ryobi brings home all the cleaning from.
I can get you backstage.
Hey, Jaden, my dad's looking to hire a janitor if your dad needs a job. Figured that's probably why he was too embarrassed to show up for career day.
I already told you, my dad works.
What? Your dad does not work with celebrities. Yeah, he does. He's taking him to meet the weekday backstage at his concert. Huh. Guess I'll see you there. I have backstage passes too.
So, let me get this straight. You felt intimidated by this Greg guy, so you lied in front of everyone, somehow, some way, to get your whole family backstage for this concert? When you say that, I told you to just show up. You gotta tell the truth. Man, this is crazy.
Can I get a Negroni, please? Go easy on the vermouth for me.
Yeah, can I see some ID? Yeah. Oh, Nashville, huh?
Where's your town? Work. Yeah, I'm staying in for the weekday. I just sit there while they do all the lighting and he gets ready.
You know, you could probably do it too. You kind of got the same look and overall build, honestly. Give me a second, I gotta take this. Driving. Oh, hey, you forgot your, whatever you're thinking, do it. All right, let's go move out of the air. You passed? Oh, no, I accidentally lost mine, but I got my ID. Right, straight up. I'm here as a stand-in. Go ahead. Oh, you passed. That gives you access to other areas in the venue. Otherwise, you might get locked out. Right. Okay. Thanks.
So I've been carrying, staying up for the weekday.
It's like I've been carrying hard to ship there.
What? What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Whether I'm Ivan Carey.
Let me see some ID.
He's posing as Ivan Curry, stand-in. Jacket, black jeans, white t-shirt, shades.
Operation in West Corridor, check every credential. It gives you access to other areas in the venue. Otherwise, you might get locked out. My bad. Hey, let me have a look at it. So sorry.
Dad.
Back there, are you taking us?
Backstage.
No way.
That is not easy to pull off. Well, maybe for you.
Is Mitch gonna be here?
If he is, he's not getting this kind of access, right? Stay close. Don't touch anything. All right? Assume it.
This is so cool. This is where they walk. Like, he could literally be right here.
So you talked to the weekday and everything?
Yeah, we met. Yeah, you. Keep an eye out. We have some pump puzzles standing with a jacket, black pants, white tee. Just this new job. Let's keep on over here. Yeah.
What's he talking about?
Oh, someone who doesn't belong somewhere. That's all.
Dad, that's his there. Is he in there? Can we knock? What if he says hi? What if he knows you?
No way. He's really in there? Hey, that's him.
Hold it. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. What? Come on.
You're done.
Dad?
You want out?
Wait, what?
All of you now. Hey, it's okay. I got it. No, I got it. It's all right.
Hey, these are just kids.
Sir, please.
You need to leave.
All right, let's go.
Wow. Guess I was right about you and your dad.
Lila, wait. Hey. Things got mixed up, okay?
Why didn't you just come as her dad? Why did you have to do all of this?
I just wanted to make it special for you guys.
You made me look stupid.
Well, you look terrible. Nina called me, yelled at me for not stopping you, as if somehow you're my responsibility. You just say it. Go ahead. I already said it. I just wanted to be somebody for my kids. You are a somebody. You're their father. Your problem is you keep acting like you need a different title. James, I made him look stupid. Ooh. Maybe you need to stop worrying about looking important and start worrying about being dependable, right? Love is not about more things. It's about showing up when it matters. Yeah. You're right. And from now on, I'm gonna do things differently.
You got Chinese food?
No way!
All right, that's right.
I don't get this one.
Okay, let's think about it a different way. Start off with 8 slices, and then Jaden steals 2.
Hey!
Next up, Lila.
That's my girl.
Thanks for showing up for me, Dad. You're the reason I could do it.
Hey, you alright?
What? Yeah, I'm good.
We're going to celebrate at Darla's later. You want to come?
Really? Thanks. Hey, look, I'm sorry about what I said before. It's been low-key hard. My dad's always too busy with work to show up for me, and I kind of took it out on you to make myself feel better.
Let's talk about it over milkshakes. Come on.
The second place winners get extra whipped cream.
Second place winners get extra whipped cream, sprinkles, and first pick of fries. Oh, man. Oh, hey, Greg, you're paying, right?
Only because you showed up on time.
Thanks, Dad. And for what? For showing up. Hey, it's the easiest promise I ever made.
Easier than 8 slices minus 2?
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
I need you to be focused. Who's this girl? Where is she? You know, you used to outsource this kind of thing. Where is she? You need to give me what I need, or this switch will stay on until they turn the power off and I can pay on the bill. Where's my daughter? She must be here. She robbed her from money. You sold my daughter. You sold her. To who? I don't know. Please! I don't know! Dad! Please! It's not gonna save you.
Brian Mills arranges to meet his 17-year-old daughter Kim, hoping to surprise her with good news. But the reunion collapses before it can even become one. Kim shows up with his ex-wife Lenore, and within seconds, Brian realizes this was never about reconnecting. Kim needs his signature on travel consent forms so she can fly to Paris with her friend Amanda. Since she's still underage, both parents have to approve before she can leave the country. Brian tries to hide the disappointment, but the concern comes out anyway. 2 teenage girls traveling across Europe is super dangerous, even with her friends' cousins joining them. After years in government service, Brian doesn't see the world the way Kim does. To him, danger isn't some dramatic movie idea. It's real, organized, and usually waiting for people who think they're safe.
Please. I don't think a 17-year-old should be traveling alone.
I'm not going to be alone.
2 17-year-olds.
Amanda's 19.
Brian even offers a compromise, suggesting he travel with them and stay out of sight. But Lenore kills that idea immediately. She throws his own skill set back in his face, reminding him that staying hidden is exactly what made him absent from Kim's life for years. Kim breaks down, and Brian tries to salvage the moment with the surprise he brought for her. But she refuses it before he can even land the gesture and storms out. Lenore tells him this is exactly why Kim keeps her distance, because every time Brian tries to protect her, it feels like control. The words sting, but Brian finally chooses Kim's happiness over his own fear. So, the next morning, he shows up at their house and agrees to sign the form, but not without conditions. Kim has to call him the moment she lands in Paris, then every night before she goes to sleep, using the satellite phone he gives her. He also insists on driving her to the airport himself. Kim happily agrees, relieved that he finally said yes, and rushes off to tell Amanda. But the second she's gone, Lenore criticizes Brian for not agreeing sooner. Brian fires back that all of this would have been easier if she hadn't ambushed him with it at the restaurant, then walks off before the argument can go anywhere. On the day of the flight, Brian drives Kim to the airport, slipping right back into old habits as he gives her a full safety briefing on what places to avoid and how to stay alert. Kim lightly teases him, saying her mother thinks he's paranoid because of his old government job. She admits she always wanted to ask what he really did, but never did because she was afraid she might not like the answer. Brian simply tells her he was a preventer, someone who prevented bad things from happening.
You were like a spy
Don't touch that. I was a preventer.
Preventer.
Yeah,
What did you prevent?
bad things from happening.
It was a good job, he says, even if it came with a heavy price. At the airport, Kim runs ahead to meet Amanda while Brian handles her luggage. But his instincts flare when he spots a travel map among Kim's things, marked with destinations across Europe. Before he can fully process it, Lenore arrives at that moment. They're not going to Paris for museums, they're planning to follow a rock band across Europe. What hits harder is realizing Lenore knew more than she admitted. Brian is furious that he was kept in the dark, warning her that she's never seen the world the way he has. Lenore fires back with years of resentment, reminding him that she never got to explore the world either because she spent 5 years waiting for his calls, terrified each one might be the last. Then she gives him a clear warning: let Kim live. Brian swallows his fear, takes one final photo of his daughter, and lets her board the plane. Shortly after landing in Paris, Kim and Amanda meet a friendly young man named Peter outside the airport. He offers to help them take photos, then smoothly works the conversation toward where they're from and where they're staying. Amanda casually tells him they're from California, and Peter uses the opening to suggest they share a taxi since cabs are expensive. The girls agree, completely unaware that they've just handed a stranger the perfect chance to follow them straight to their door. Back home, Brian studies the photo Kim emailed him and checks the airport log, confirming she landed safely. Meanwhile, Peter drops the girls at their apartment and compliments the place. Amanda eagerly explains that it belongs to her cousin, but her cousin has already left for Spain, meaning they have the whole apartment to themselves. Before leaving, Peter invites them to a school party later that night. Amanda instantly agrees, while Kim hesitates, because they barely know him. Amanda is more focused on how attractive he is. Peter offers to pick them up at 9 and casually asks for their apartment number. Amanda gives it to him without thinking. The moment he walks away, the friendly act disappears, and he makes a discreet phone call, reporting Kim and Amanda's location and personal details. Inside, Kim worries because she told her dad they would be staying with Amanda's cousins. Amanda brushes it off like it makes no difference, already more interested in Peter and whether he might have a friend for Kim.
I'm gonna sleep the same thing. Peter, you just met him. Maybe he has a friend? No?
No.
Oh, come on. You gotta visit sometime. Might as well be in Paris.
Kim isn't interested in playing along. While Amanda blasts music through the apartment, Kim heads to the bathroom, unaware that Brian is already trying to call her. When she doesn't answer, he calls Lenore instead, but she dismisses him and tells him to relax and take a chill pill. Kim eventually notices the missed calls and slips into the bathroom to call her father back. She reassures him that everything is fine, but Brian's instincts still won't settle. He asks to speak to one of Amanda's cousins, forcing Kim to admit the truth. The cousins were already in Spain before the girls arrived. Before Brian can even react, Kim's voice breaks. She sees unfamiliar men entering the apartment. Brian's entire tone changes. The worried father disappears, and the preventer takes over. He asks how many men there are, what they look like, where she is, and what she can see. Kim tells him Amanda is being grabbed in another room, then mentions the guy from the airport named Peter, who gave them a ride. Brian connects it instantly. He tells Kim to leave the bathroom, hide under the bed, keep the phone line open, and report everything when the men try to grab her. The intruders enter the room, search briefly, and leave when they don't spot her. For one fragile second, Kim thinks she survived. Then she's dragged out from under the bed. Miles away, Brian can only listen as his daughter is taken. Before the kidnappers disconnect, he gives the man on the other end one chance. He tells him he has a very particular set of skills built over a long career. If they release Kim now, he'll let it end there. But if they don't, he will find them, and he will kill them. The kidnapper just answers with 2 words. Good luck. The second the call ends, Brian contacts his former colleague Sam and starts analyzing the recording. Brian then rushes to Lenore's house and tells her and Stuart Little what happened. Lenore collapses in tears, but Brian can't afford to break down with her. He moves through the house, checking every angle and asking whether anyone might want revenge against Stuart, especially after a past Russian deal went bad. Stuart gets offended that Brian ran a background check on him and tries to square up, but Brian has no interest in flooring him. There's no time for ego. He needs Stuart's resources, and he needs them now, because every minute Kim is missing brings her closer to being sold. Not long after, Brian's former colleague calls him with information on the kidnappers. He identified the voice as part of an Albanian trafficking network that targets young female tourists. Sam warns him that girls like Kim are usually drugged, forced into prostitution, and sold within 96 hours. That gives Brian almost no time to find her before she disappears forever. During the flight, Brian plays the kidnapper's voice over and over until every word is burned into his head. By the time he lands in France, panic has already been replaced by strategy. His first stop is the apartment where Kim and Amanda were taken. To avoid attention, he enters the building disguised as a flower delivery man, slips into the main hall, and works his way toward the girls' unit through a quieter route, scaling the exterior and forcing his way in through a neighboring apartment. Inside, the wreckage tells him everything. The apartment is trashed, but Brian doesn't see chaos. He sees a timeline. He reconstructs the abduction from the sounds he heard during Kim's call, matching each noise to the rooms around him. He identifies where Amanda was grabbed, where Kim hid under the bed, and how the kidnappers moved through the place. While searching closer, he finds a shard of broken glass tangled with strands of hair and pockets it as evidence. His next lead comes from Kim's phone. Brian removes the memory card and scrolls through her photos, passing harmless vacation shots until one image stops him cold. The picture Peter took of Kim and Amanda outside the airport. Brian zooms in, studying the reflection behind them, and there he is, Peter's face, faint but clear enough. With one careless reflection, the man who delivered Kim to the traffickers has just become Brian's first real target. The following day, Peter is back at the airport running the same play. A security guard signals that another young woman fits the usual profile, and Peter moves in smoothly, offering to share a ride through the same expensive transport line. But before he can trap another tourist, Brian the Grim Reaper shoves him into the cab, folds him up with a few brutal shots to vital spots, and demands his daughter's location. When the taxi driver tries to pull Brian off him, Brian neutralizes him too. The attack draws police attention, giving Peter just enough room to escape into the crowded streets. Brian steals the taxi and tears after him, refusing to let his only lead vanish. However, Peter soon panics and jumps from an overpass onto a truck below. For 1 second, it looks like he might get away. Unfortunately for him, luck clocks out immediately.
Monday Hair Care's multi-award winning shampoo and conditioner is your dream wash day therapy. Cleanse and hydrate with our ultra-nourishing formulas to smooth, moisturize, or volumize. Your best hair doesn't have to wait. With Monday Hair Care, have good hair every day.
Everybody's potential looks different. See yours with Acorns. Designed for you to easily invest every day. Start with just your spare change or set return investments and see where it could take your future's potential. Ready to see yours? Start investing with the Acorns app.
The summer of play is the main event. New games, all out summer. Buy a $20 arcade game card, get another $20 card free. Main event. Do something awesome together.
Peter dies before Brian can get the answers he needs, forcing him to move to the next possible connection. Jean-Claude, an old acquaintance and senior French intelligence official with deep reach across Paris. Jean-Claude listens to what happened and points Brian toward Port de Clichy, a criminal hotspot where traffickers and handlers operate in the open. But he also warns Brian not to attract attention or cause trouble.
Brian, you cannot just run around tearing down Paris. I'm sorry. Tear down the Eiffel Tower if I had to. I thought I was talking to a friend.
You are. But please remember, your friend has a desk now.
Deputy Director of Internal Security, very impressive. The Albanians showed up from the east 6-7 years ago. Where do I find them? The best place to start is Port de Clichy.
Brian, try not to make a mess.
The warning sounds like advice, but the moment Brian leaves, Jean-Claude makes a quiet call of his own, telling his superior that Brian Mills is in Paris, and he's about to become a serious problem. That night, Brian meets a translator named Gregor outside Port de Clichy and hires him for 10 hours. Gregor is surprised by the money, but Brian doesn't waste time explaining. He instructs him to wait in the car, then walks toward the girls working the streets. One quotes him the standard $40 price, but quickly realizes Brian isn't there for business. When he keeps asking questions, she shuts him down and warns him he's going to get himself in trouble. Right on cue, Hulk appears and slams Brian against the wall, angry that Brian just scared off paying clients and cut into his money. He demands 50 euros, then another 50 because Brian was simply doing too much and sends him away with a threat. Brian takes the humiliation without reacting because Hulk has no idea he just got played. During the scuffle, Brian slipped an audio recorder and tracking device into his jacket. Back in the car, Brian activates the device and has Gregor translate everything being picked up. At first, most of it sounds useless. Insults aimed at Brian, sports talk, and chatter about a construction site. But one phrase cuts through the noise: new merchandise. Given everything Brian already knows, he understands exactly what that means. They're not talking about products. They're talking about girls. After thanking Gregor, Brian follows the tracker to a construction site where men are lining up to enter a small building. He blends in, pays the fee, and steps inside. What he finds confirms his worst fear. The place has been turned into a filthy holding facility, with makeshift rooms filled with young girls who have clearly been drugged and abused. Brian moves through each room, searching for Kim or Amanda, until one detail snaps his focus into place: Kim's jacket. He attacks instantly, dropping the man in the room within seconds, only to realize the girl wearing the jacket isn't Kim. Brian tries to question her, but she's too sedated to speak. Before he can get anything useful, another trafficker walks in and the situation explodes. Brian puts him down before he can fire, then tears through the rest of the building, killing or disabling anyone standing between him and the girl. With armed men closing in, Brian gets the sedated girl into his car and blasts his way out. Gunfire rips around him, but he uses the construction site against them, triggering an explosion to slow the pursuit. One vehicle flips, another crashes into an electric pole, and when a new shooter takes over, Brian swerves just in time to make him lose control and slam into a trailer, only to spot another tail still following. Instead of panicking, Brian lets the man know he's been seen, then slips down a partially covered driveway. Using the concealment, he switches vehicles and disappears before the traffickers can lock onto him again. He then brings the rescued girl to the apartment of a trusted contact, where she can recover safely. With no proper medical setup, Brian improvises with a hanger and administers IV fluids and medication to fight the drugs in her system. But as he watches her breathe, the cost hits him. Saving this girl was the right move, but every minute spent keeping her alive is another minute Kim spends deeper inside the trafficking chain. The next morning, Jean-Claude contacts Brian and requests a meeting, but Brian doesn't walk into anything blind. He studies the area from a nearby rooftop first, spotting the men pretending to jog around the block. When Jean-Claude calls, Brian tells him to let his fake joggers know they're wasting their time. Jean-Claude freezes and asks where he is, but Brian only tells him he can see and hear everything he needs to, and that is all that matters. Jean-Claude claims he has arranged safe passage back to the United States as a favor for Brian's past service. With 7 bodies, 3 hospitals, and a destroyed building now connected to him, French authorities want him gone before this becomes an international disaster. Brian corrects him. It was a trailer van, not a building. While Jean-Claude keeps him talking, agents trace the call and close in on his location, but Brian slips away before they can touch him. Proving retirement has not dulled him in the slightest. Later, as Brian studies Albanian phrases that might help him identify the men behind Kim's abduction, the rescued girl finally wakes up. Once he calms her down, he shows her Kim's photo and asks where she got the jacket. The girl explains that she was taken to a red building, where a kind captive gave it to her to keep warm. Brian asks if she remembers anything about the location, and the girl gives him the only clue she has: a sign nearby that said Paradise. That is enough. Brian heads straight there and walks into the building like he belongs, using Jean-Claude's name to get through the door. Claiming he works with Mr. Macon, another one of Jean-Claude's associates, he demands to speak with whoever is in charge. The traffickers mistake him for an official contact and lead him upstairs, where Brian plays the part perfectly, saying Macon has been moved to another branch and he's here to renegotiate their rates. Brian raises the price by 20%, blaming the cost of changing the lens on the satellite supposedly monitoring them. The men buy just enough of the lie for him to push further. Eventually, he asks the real question: which one of them is Marco from Trepoja? They all claim to be Marco, so Brian stands, acting irritated, and hikes the rates even higher. When one of them challenges him, Brian reminds them he can bury them for drugs or prostitution. Then the room goes quiet. The men exchange looks, and a wad of cash is handed over. Just before leaving, Brian gives one of them a note written in Albanian and asks for a translation. The men laugh as they read it, but one of them smirks and answers with the exact words Brian heard on the kidnapping call. The second Brian hears it, everything locks into place. He has found the voice. Marco realizes too late that he just exposed himself and reaches for a gun, but Brian drops him in seconds. From there, the room erupts. One by one, the traffickers fall as Brian tears through the building, turning their safe house into a war zone. After clearing the lower floors, Brian searches room after room of kidnapped women, desperate to find Kim. Instead, he finds Amanda, already dead. The discovery hardens whatever restraint he had left. Brian drags Marco into the chair and tortures him using techniques from his intelligence days, pressing him for Kim's location. Marco resists at first, but pain eventually breaks him. He reveals that Kim was sold to a wealthy man named St. Clair, though he doesn't know how to reach him.
She was piercing. My daughter, You sold her to who? What? Sinclair. Sinclair. Is that a person? A place? Where can I find him?
I don't know. That is still enough to move Brian forward. He turns on the grilling machine, leaves Marco behind to die, and shifts every thought toward finding St. Clair. That evening, he pays Jean-Claude an unexpected visit at home. Jean-Claude is having dinner with his family when Brian appears unannounced. His wife, Isabel, politely invites Brian to stay, unaware that the room has just become a trap. Jean-Claude leaves to tuck in his children and quietly retrieves a pistol before returning to the table. He tries to keep things formal, but Brian brings up Macon. Isabel casually says Macon is a friend of the family, and Brian gets the confirmation he needed. Brian asks Jean-Claude if he's involved in all of this. Jean-Claude doesn't deny the rot around him. He admits he doesn't care what happens under the blinds as long as his salary gets paid and his family is taken care of. Furious, Brian demands St. Clair's location. Jean-Claude then reaches for his gun, only to discover Brian has already removed every bullet. With the power flipped, Brian forces his former friend to cooperate. Jean-Claude gives him St. Clair's photograph, address, and everything he knows about the operation. Once Brian has what he needs, he knocks him unconscious and heads straight for the target. Using an undercover police credential, Brian gets inside an exclusive private gathering where St. Clair is conducting business. He moves through the building quietly, following the operation and removing anyone who might expose him. After crossing paths with a server carrying drinks, Brian soon appears inside the auction room himself, making it clear the server didn't make it far. He takes a position beside a macho-looking bidder and offers him drinks while the man bids on one of the girls.
I got 250, 250, sold for 250,000.
Then, the final item is brought out, and Brian's whole body locks up. It's Kim, broken and terrified, placed in front of rich men like property. Brian quietly puts the bidder at gunpoint and forces him to keep bidding. When the man refuses to go higher, Brian pushes the button himself until the bid reaches $500,000. The plan works. Kim is bought before anyone else can claim her, but the victory doesn't last. As Brian is let out, he is knocked unconscious. When he wakes up, he is face to face with St. Clair. The trafficker asks who he is, and Brian tells him the last girl is his daughter. He even offers to pay for her, but St. Clair tells him there are no refunds in this business. Every deal is final. Then he orders his men to dispose of Brian quietly. The moment St. Clair leaves, one of the guards tries to strangle him, but Brian breaks free, kills the men assigned to watch him, and fights his way through the building. After carving through St. Clair's security, he corners the trafficker and demands to know where Kim was taken. Terrified, St. Clair gives up the information and tries to renegotiate, but Brian is done listening. For St. Clair, this was business. For Brian, it was always personal. Using the information he forced out of him, Brian chases after Vlad's car and tracks the traffickers to a yacht, preparing to leave with several girls on board, including Kim. He steals a vehicle and launches into another pursuit, weaving through traffic and pushing the car to its limit. By the time the yacht passes beneath a bridge, Brian has already positioned himself above it. He jumps onto the vessel unnoticed and disappears inside. One by one, the guards start vanishing. When the remaining traffickers realize there is an intruder on board, they spread out to hunt him down. Brian turns that hunt against them. He silently eliminates several men before the entire yacht erupts into a gunfight. After burning through his ammunition, he faces the leader's chief bodyguard in a brutal hand-to-hand fight. The man actually makes him work for it, but Brian eventually puts him down and keeps moving. Finally, Brian reaches the yacht's owner, the powerful buyer who now has Kim. The man tries to negotiate for his life, but Brian has no patience left for bargaining. The second the man blinks, Brian fires. Kim is stunned that her father crossed continents, dismantled an entire trafficking network, and fought through everyone in his path just to find her. Brian then pulls her into an emotional embrace, and for the first time since the phone call, the mission is over. They soon return home, where Kim reunites with Lenore and Stuart, both overwhelmed with relief. Stuart asks Brian if he needs anything, but Brian tells him he already has everything he needs as he watches Kim and her mother hold each other. Lenore tearfully thanks him for bringing their daughter home alive, and Stuart offers him a ride, but Brian refuses. Before he leaves, Kim thanks him again, now fully understanding that his fear was never about control. It was about knowing exactly what the world can do. Sometime later, Brian gives her the surprise he never got to deliver properly, a meeting with Shira, the pop singer he once protected during a short bodyguard job. Kim is speechless as Shira personally invites her inside to meet her vocalist and manager, giving Brian one final chance to help his daughter chase a dream instead of saving her from a nightmare.
Hi, looking for a date?
Love your dress. Is that silk?
I don't know. You want to know the prices?
Just the way it falls. How complements the natural curves of your body.
Your age is 40 euros for the standard.
Standard. Could you be more specific?
You're ready to.
I need you to be focused. Where is she?
This man spanks his wife for cash.
Frankly, Jar.
Spank you with that?
Yeah, I do.
After finding a magic teapot that coughs out money when they suffer, the broke couple inflicts pain on each other, printing money like there's no tomorrow. John and Alice are a young couple who love spending quality time together. John works as a sales rep, but he's terrible at it. One day, his boss, Mr. Tudor, lectures him on how to improve.
Think about what we talked about. Productivity, performance, punctuality. The three main pivot points to you recapturing your optimal performance level.
Still, John shifts the blame on the economy and the goddamn Republicans. The irony isn't lost on his boss, though, who appears to be a proud Republican. John quickly tries to talk his way out of the awkward moment, but only ends up embarrassing himself further. Meanwhile, Alice heads off to a job interview but fails to make an impression. She's turned down for lacking experience and a master's degree. Defeated, she returns home, only to be greeted by their smug landlord, Arnie, pounding on their door demanding rent.
It's not due for another 3 days, Arnie.
That's interesting. When Alice turns to write the check, he starts acting like a horny caveman with a head injury. Proof that brain cells aren't required to collect rent. After handing him the check, Arnie casually implies that shacking up with John is the reason her life peaked in high school. Later on, Alice checks their bank account and finds less than $50 left. With the fridge just as empty, they head out grocery shopping. Trying to stay hopeful, Alice tells John that things will soon get better, when suddenly a truck runs into them. Yeah, things will definitely get better. Luckily for them, they're not hurt, but the cops insist on documenting the accident. While waiting, Alice sees an antique shop nearby. She watches as an elderly woman from the store picks up a golden teapot from the ground. Drawn to it, Alice walks into the shop, with John following behind her, wondering what came over his wife. Inside, Alice pretends to be browsing when the old woman spots her. After the old lady walks away, Alice sneaks into a back room, finds the teapot, and is quickly overwhelmed by an unexplainable pull. Without thinking, she bolts out of the shop and jumps into John's car, urging him to drive. Stunned, John realizes his wife just stole something, but Alice is too entranced by the teapot's strange beauty to care. The next day, while grooming herself, Alice accidentally burns her forehead with a curling iron, causing the teapot to shake, which sparks her curiosity. Lifting the lid, she finds a wad of cash inside. Testing a theory, she deliberately does it again, causing the teapot to rattle, and more money appears. She then stumbles onto a chair, and lo and behold, the teapot starts coughing up bills again. Wow, this has got to be the easiest job ever. Meanwhile, John has a meeting with Mr. Tudor, who tells him that he's firing him because he's not a good sales rep. Furthermore, he doesn't smile while making calls. However, John quickly points out that his clients can't see his face because, phones. But logic clearly isn't part of the job description. As the conversation gets dumber by the second, John spots a pair of kinky red panties lying on his boss's desk and stares at it pointedly. But Mr. Tudor quickly hides it, claiming that it's for his wife and that she has great taste. Sure, man, but we all know it's for his mistress. John tries to salvage his badly bruised ego by asking if anyone else was fired, but he's shocked to hear that he's the first to go. He quickly reminds his boss of his educational qualifications
and points out that there are much worse employees in the company, but his boss still defends his actions.
Letting you go. Do you have anything else to add?
Sorry, son. Looks like your joke about the Republicans didn't rub off the right way. Soon after, John returns home looking dejected, but is surprised when Alice doesn't greet him at the door. He calls out to her, and when he gets no response, he walks into the bedroom and finds her lying there, badly bruised. Alarmed, he asks what happened, and Alice casually says that an intruder broke in. Without hesitation, John grabs the bedside lamp, ready to defend her, only for Alice to burst into laughter and call him her hero. That's when he finally realizes she's just messing with him. After proving she's fine with the finger-to-nose test, Alice realizes it's strange for him to be home this early. When she asks why, John admits he was fired, though he says he'll find something else soon. He hides his face in shame, but Alice reassures him that it doesn't matter. She then shows him the teapot, and as soon as John touches it, he feels a strange tingle. John thinks he might be having a panic attack, but before he can react further, Alice apologizes for what she's about to do next and slaps him across the face. Stunned, he stares at her and demands to know what's going on, but Alice just lights up with excitement and shows him the wad of cash that just came out of the teapot. When John accuses her of stuffing it in there herself, Alice kicks him in the balls, and the teapot starts spitting out money like a broken ATM. While John groans in pain, Alice casually points out that that really must hurt. Yeah, no shit. Still skeptical, John asks where the money is really coming from, and Alice gets ready to hit him again. Later, John sits at the table, sore and confused, while Alice gathers the money. He tells her to stop collecting it, but she's energized by the idea of finally getting ahead. John says this isn't a real job, but Alice has already started dreaming big. A new house, a better life, and the possibility of never having to work again. The next morning, Alice wakes up to find both John and the teapot gone. There's a note beside her that reads, "It would have ended badly." She screams, realizing John may have already sold the teapot, or worse, tried to return it. Meanwhile, John is already outside the old woman's antique store, but surprisingly, it's shut down. He then takes the teapot to an antique roadshow. When asked about its origin, he lies and says it came from a garage sale. As the host presses for more details, John says he believes the teapot has passed through the hands of many important people, all of whom are now dead. That part leaves the host speechless. Suddenly, this isn't just an antique, it's a cursed object. The host then estimates the teapot's value at $5,000. Meanwhile, a middle-aged Asian man sees the teapot on TV and quietly marks John's location on a map. Back home, John and Alice make a promise to stop using the teapot if it starts getting out of control.
Make our million and stuff.
Afterwards, they start pushing the limits, testing just how far they can go to keep the money flowing. Soon enough, they're doing everything from matching tattoos to stashing stacks of money in the toilet. Alice suggests that they take the money to the bank, but John reminds her that they have no way of explaining this to the IRS. Well, they probably believe it's honest money if you show them the teapot and perform for them. John informs Alice that they've made $194,173, and Alice suggests that they round it up to $200K tonight. When John asks how they're supposed to do that, Alice just winks and leads him to the bedroom. When he gets there, he finds her in a revealing outfit, asking to be spanked. After a few more taps, John calls the whole thing insane and stops midway. Desperate to make the teapot work, Alice switches places with him and starts spanking him instead. She keeps going, dancing to the radio and hitting him every chance she gets. John wonders where Alice got her dance moves from, and she reveals that she had these moves before she met him. John quickly reminds her that they met in high school and asks if she was a stripper in 8th grade, but Alice ignores him and continues the debauchery. Meanwhile, their newfound passion ends up scaring neighbors who pass by at night. The next morning, the rich couple heads over to Alice's mom's house for lunch, where Alice's mother and sister grow suspicious of their sudden wealth, knowing full well that John's salary alone could never fund such a lavish lifestyle. Trying to play it cool, John makes small talk with Alice's brother-in-law, Joe, asking if he's still working for nonprofits. Joe then launches into a ramble about saving tree snails, but John simply tells him that tree snails are delicious with butter. As tensions build, Alice's mom bluntly asks if John has been pimping her out, but John jokes around, suggesting that Alice should do it, since she's got many tricks up her sleeve.
Yeah, why aren't you
aren't you on the street turning tricks, you little slut?
John then jokes about their source of income, but Alice's sister, wanting to break the tension, asks Alice if they're finally going to have a baby now that they seem to be doing so well. But Alice simply laughs at the idea. Back in their home, the couple continue to enjoy their lives until a knock on their door shatters their illusion of security. To their shock, two Jewish men barge in, attack John, and demand the teapot.
He's back. Shocked he can't pay Margot back.
Life moves fast, but when that Freddy's hits, you can't help but slow down. Freddy's, this is the good stuff. Try our new steak burger taco, starting at just $3.49.
AC Market, an American Home Shield warranty can help protect major home systems and appliances. And
Where is the teapot?
They claim it belonged to their grandmother, who stole it from Hitler himself, and they've now come to reclaim it. Thinking fast, Alice hides the teapot under a pillow and cruelly lies, saying they had already sold it. When the men demand the money from the sale, she cleverly lets John's beating generate cash and hands it over to the Jews. Satisfied, the men take the money and leave, but the encounter shakes Alice and John to their very core. Determined to learn more, Alice and John head to the library. There, Alice finds a book about the brass teapot history. According to the book, the teapot was first found around the time of Christ's crucifixion with powers that can't be explained. While John gets distracted, Alice stumbles upon a page warning about the teapot's dangers. Without hesitation, she tears the page out. She then tells John that the book has a lot to say about the teapot, and he collects it to get a better understanding of it. But when it gets to the line about the consequences of having the teapot, he finds out that the page has already been ripped off. He questions it, but Alice blames it on the book's age. She quickly shifts the mood, suggesting they just go enjoy their hard-earned cash. But John isn't so eager. After all, he's the one who took the beating the last time. Alice then seals the deal by promising him a steamy hot session in the library. Not long after, the two are seen checking out a luxury car in outfits that probably cost more than their old house. They also buy a mansion in an upscale neighborhood and dive headfirst into the high life. Parties, outfits, expensive taste, the full package. At one gathering, Alice's old friend Peyton comments on how amazing she looks, but can't hide her shock that Alice managed to buy the house next door. Another familiar face, Louise, walks over and compliments Alice on her glow-up, asking if she got her dream job. But Peyton stylishly mocks Louise, just to keep things catty. Meanwhile, John is sipping drinks with Louise's husband when there's a knock at the door. He answers it and finds a man named Dr. Li Ling, who introduces himself as a member of the Theosophist Society. He claims to be a specialist in ancient artifacts, specifically teapots.
We have interest in antiquities, specifically teapots.
Alice quickly joins John at the door and immediately blocks Ling from coming inside. She checks to see if he brought backup and seems relieved when he says he's alone. John then asks for a moment alone and pulls Alice aside, trying to convince her to hear the man out. But Alice questions why someone would be this obsessed with the teapot and reminds John that if they give it up, their whole lifestyle ends. John turns back to Ling and lies, claiming they already donated the teapot to a museum. Ling then warns them that they're in serious danger, but Alice yells at him to get off their property. As their guests start paying attention, John quickly plays it off, joking that Alice might be a little too high on cookies. Later, Alice and John are out for dinner with Peyton and her husband. Mid-meal, Peyton's husband starts rambling about their old dog, Casper, who vanished while he was out of town. Peyton snaps, clearly offended by the not-so-subtle accusation that she had something to do with it. Before the tension can thicken, a waiter shows up with the bill. Peyton's husband reaches for it, but Alice quickly insists they'll cover it. Peyton asks if she's sure, after all, that wasn't exactly cheap vodka they drank. The moment Alice and John glance at the total, their eyes nearly fall out of their sockets. And that, kids, is why you let the adults handle the bill. John and Alice start arguing about who has to go into the bathroom, since one of them has to get creative to make the money.
I went yesterday.
John eventually loses the argument and is forced to go. Alice then hands him her bag, claiming that he needs to apply hemorrhoid cream. One night, Alice asks John when the profits from his vodka investment will start coming in, and he tells her that he might have made a bad prediction. Well, good thing they still have their magical little moneymaker. Out of nowhere, their former landlord, Arnie, drunkenly stumbles into their mansion, completely floored by how rich they've become. Alice opens the door, but before she can react, he barges in, rambling about how unrecognizable their life looks now.
How are the world's two biggest losers living in this neighborhood, right?
Just then, he spots the teapot and grabs it before running outside. John chases after him, but Arnie fools around and throws the teapot in the middle of the road. He then enters his truck and runs over it, while the couple screams helplessly. When they rush to inspect the damage, they're shocked to find that it doesn't have a single scratch on it, but something about this still felt off. How did the teapot survive being run over by a truck without even a scratch? Unable to shake the unease, they visit Dr. Ling for answers. He confirms that the teapot is indestructible, and the only way to truly get rid of it is to hide it in such a way that no one can ever find it. Ling then shares the object's dark history. The teapot has passed through the hands of both the kindest and most terrible people in history until disappearing from a Nazi concentration camp during the Third Reich.
Found that the AK mod watch. Learn that in the wrong hands, it could cause great harm.
He warns them that even the smallest trace of evil inside a person will be exploited by the teapot and eventually lead to their destruction, but Alice, stubborn as ever, insists that they are good people and will never lose control. Later, Alice goes to the mall with Peyton, where they run into Louise, Alice's old friend, who's now working a second job to make ends meet. The vibe is painfully awkward. Ever since Alice got rich, she's ghosted Louise without a word.
Ladies are lucky because we're having a Tuesday special today.
At night, the two Jews who attacked them before break into their house again, this time to steal all of their cash. They mock John and Alice for being amateurs, laughing at their poor attempt to hide the money in the toilet tank. They then confess that they aren't after the teapot. They know all too well the pain and madness it brings. After all, they watched it destroy their grandmother. Instead, they've chosen to profit off of John and Alice's suffering. The teapot does all the work, and they just reap the rewards. John and Alice try to stop them, and a fight breaks out. During the chaos, John is knocked out, leaving only Alice to deal with the intruders. Meanwhile, one Jew is drawn to the teapot and touches it, but his brother snaps him out of it. Before leaving, they land one last blow, knocking Alice out cold as well. The next morning, John wakes up groggy and bruised. He rushes to check on Alice, only to see she's more concerned about the stolen cash than her injuries. As if things couldn't get worse, the teapot stops producing as much money as before. After enduring so much pain, John and Alice finally decide to seek help. They head to a bar, and John zeroes in on the biggest, meanest motherfucker in the room, clearly hoping to get his ass kicked. He walks up and grinds on the big guy to provoke him, but weirdly enough, the big guy seems to enjoy it. Caught off guard, John panics and bitch slaps him. That finally does the trick, and Hulk here gives John the beating of his life. The next day, Ling appears out of thin air and warns John that the teapot is negatively affecting both him and Alice.
You will have nothing left. What then?
Meanwhile, Alice discovers that the teapot reacts to anyone's pain, causing them to find people in pain at MMA fights, the tattoo parlor, and even the hospital. But with every dollar, Alice loses a piece of her soul to the teapot. One day, Alice is driving with John beside her. Lost in thought, she muses that the world is full of suffering. As a homeless man crosses the street, Alice, almost entranced, presses down on the gas pedal, trying to run him over. John yanks the wheel at the last second, saving the man's life. Alice then accuses John of holding them back, but he argues that she's losing herself. During their argument, Alice realizes that the teapot also generates money from emotional pain. To test her theory, she cruelly insults John.
Some men are just feel, John. You don't want to know. I think the lottery exists because of guys like you. You know, deep down, luck is the only way they're ever going to overcome their spineless, clueless, hopeless personalities.
Sure enough, the teapot rewards her, but at what cost? Encouraged, Alice asks John to hurt her emotionally. He resists at first, but eventually gives in, confessing that he once kissed their neighbor Peyton and still thinks about her sometimes, even when he kisses Alice. This quickly becomes their new game, exchanging painful truths to make more money. Their relationship almost falls apart after Alice reveals that she once let Arnie go down on her. John, stunned and furious, heads straight to Arnie's place. He threatens to saw his meat off, but Arnie headbutts him instead. He then spots the teapot in Alice's bag, still in perfect condition after being run over, and holds it in disbelief. But Alice quickly grabs it from him, and they leave. One afternoon, they realize they could make even more money by exposing the dark secrets of their neighbors. Soon after, they visit Peyton's house and hand her husband a box. Inside is their dead dog. With zero remorse, Alice reveals the truth. Peyton had carelessly left him in a hot car last summer and never even noticed. Her husband stares at the box in disbelief, then turns to Peyton, demanding answers, but she can only stammer in shock before slamming the door in the couple's face. After that, they head to John's old workplace and expose his boss's affair by showing his wife the receipts, literal photos and all. The emotional fallout is immediate and just enough to satisfy the teapot. Without a second thought, John walks away, leaving the devastated woman behind like she was just another errand. Hoping for an even bigger payday, Alice contemplates exposing her sister's devastating secret, that her first child was conceived with another man, not her husband. But suddenly, Alice's conscience pricks her, and she doesn't go through with it. When they return home, John reassures her that she did the right thing and that she's still a good person, but Alice disagrees. She believes her regret is holding them back and proposes one last stunt. She suggests they rid the world of a PDF file or drug dealer, earning a fortune while doing society a favor. John is horrified to hear this, but gives in. They even dig a grave in preparation, but at the last moment, John pulls out. He then asks what if Alice had to choose between him and the teapot, but she says nothing. Devastated, John turns to Ling, who informs him that the only way out is for Alice to willingly give up the cursed teapot. That night, John pleads with Alice to return the teapot, or he'll start to believe he can fly. She agrees, but when she glances at the teapot, John realizes she's full of shit, so he rage quits. He lands with a thud, and Alice rushes down, realizing the depths of her mistake. She cries over John, who regains his consciousness, and asks if she'll give the teapot to Ling. Alice agrees to give up the teapot, and they soon head to bed. However, later that night, Arnie breaks into their home and steals the teapot. Funny how the second they try to be decent humans, the teapot packs its bags and leaves, like it knew better than to wait around. The next day, John and Alice try to retrieve the teapot and meet Arnie, who's been making money all night long. He plans on killing them for more, but just when he's about to shoot Alice, John disarms him with a rolling pin before going into a long rant about being a man.
I've come to the dark side, and I have no fear.
In the middle of it, Arnie's girlfriend suddenly joins in on the fun. Just when we think they're goners, our favorite Jews burst in, aiming their guns at Arnie and his girl. They threaten to shoot them if they don't hand over the cursed object.
Give me the teapot, and I might let you live. Give me the teapot. Put your gun down, redneck, and give us the teapot.
As bullets start flying, John and Alice quickly hide in a corner. Fortunately for them, greed and violence take care of their enemies. After things calm down, John and Alice grab the teapot and all the money it had generated. They find Dr. Ling waiting outside for them and drop the bag of money before finally returning the teapot to him.
Kings, queens, dictators, priests,
Peasants and generals, thousands before you have held it. So few have had the strength to let go. Thank you.
Wait, did these guys just abandon all that free money? Later on, Alice's friend Louise is shocked when she finds a check of $250,000 from Alice in her mailbox. She shares the good news with her husband, and they both scream for joy. It turns out that John and Alice didn't abandon that big old bag of cash after all. Instead, they sold their house and are now driving to Mexico in their old car to start a family. On the other end, Ling throws the teapot into the ocean, where it will never again be touched by another man or woman.
The movie opens in 1960 in Houston, where young George and his family move into a new home that's in dire need of repair. It doesn't even have electricity yet. One evening, their mother divides a single hamburger into 4 pieces for her children. Starving, George is eager to eat his share immediately, but his sister Mary insists they pray first. Reluctantly, George waits. After the prayer, he gulps down his piece in one bite.
I'm so hungry, I can eat this table.
Noticing her brother's lingering hunger, Mary kindly offers him half of her portion, always seeing the best in him. That night, their mother sternly tells George that he cannot afford to be held back another year in school. It would be too hard to catch up. She pleads with him to avoid fights at school. The following day at school, George is met with stares due to his appearance. In class, he attempts to answer a question, but the teacher dismisses him because of his dirty clothes, choosing instead to call on a student with shiny shoes.
Jason, take us away.
During lunch, George sits alone, devoid of food, while his classmates eat. One of them taunts him for not being able to afford even a piece of bread and begins to treat him like a dog.
How about this nasty skin? You want it? Go get it.
Enraged, George punches the boy in the face. As the teacher arrives, he runs away.
I ain't my answer to everything. I couldn't stop myself from fighting. It was the only thing I didn't win.
Years later, George and a friend are loitering outside a bar when a drunk man stumbles out. They decide to follow him, planning to rob him, but soon discover the man is a police officer in a sting operation.
Boys, busy right here, huh?
The police arrive and chase ensues. George escapes by hiding under a house, and the police arrive with a dog. George covers himself in sewage to avoid detection. The disguise works, and the police, along with their dog, fail to find him. On his way home, George notices an advertisement for Job Corps on a TV in a store window. The ad promises free food and drinks to those who have left school. Job Corps offers vocational training to help juveniles secure employment and even pays its students. Excited, George shares the news with his mother, telling her he wants to join. She supports his decision, affirming that he has more potential than he realizes.
You want to do this, Job Corps? Yes. Then do it right, Joe. Don't come running back home because you missed it. Finish what you started this time.
A few days later, George arrives at the Job Corps in California. At the entrance, a guard outlines the rules for him. Inside, he immediately clashes with another guy, Desmond, over a bed.
Just a bad man.
In his duffel bag, George finds a new pair of Converse sneakers and a note from his mother. Desmond watches him with envy. George struggles during his electrical class, drawing laughter from other students. He responds with a tough look, clearly used to resolving issues with his strength. The next day, Desmond is listening to music while George tries to study. Frustrated, George unplugs the record player.
There's something against music?
Maybe I do.
Jeez, you always this pissed off?
When I'm trying to study.
Desmond, sipping from his hip flask, offers George a drink, which he declines. However, during their conversation, they begin to bond. George's mood lifts when Desmond invites him to the chow hall.
Now you're talking.
Eager to wear the new Converse from his mom, George is disappointed to find them missing. At the chow hall, Desmond advises him to report the theft after they eat. He shares with George that he's the reason there are extra brownies in the cafeteria today. Thanks to his knack for numbers, Desmond got a job in cafeteria. He tweaked the weekly order sheets, swapping out beans for more brownies.
And under my new cost-cutting plans, we got a whole lot more brownies.
A whole lot of less gas.
George notices a guy wearing his stolen Converse sneakers. As the guy sees George's glaring look, he panics and dashes off, locking himself in his dorm room. Undeterred, George breaks down the door and nearly throws the thief out the window. Just then, Doc, hearing the commotion, intervenes and breaks up the fight. Outside, George tries to justify his actions, explaining that his mother had worked hard to buy those shoes that were stolen. In the car, Doc presents George with 2 choices. He can either send him to jail or send him home.
By the time you've been here, you pushed out 3 corpsmen and 1 innocent dog.
You disrespected me.
I'm doing too.
Offering money for a bus ticket, Doc is prepared to expel him from the program. George pleads with Doc not to kick him out.
Can't go home, Mr. Ross. This place is all hell. Please.
And feeling sympathetic, Doc decides to give him another chance. He asks if George ever boxed.
Just street fights.
Talking about boxing. I fight. It's a sport. Rules.
Doc, who turns out to be a boxing coach, notices George's strength and suggests he join the boxing club.
Big enough and ugly enough. Won't learn it.
George eagerly accepts. The next day at the gym, Doc introduces George to his sparring partner. George reacts poorly to his opponent's jokes, showing aggression, but Doc reminds him that they're not here to kill each other. George enters the ring. Meanwhile, being good with numbers, Desmond offers spectators to make their bets. When the sparring begins, George tries to hit hard, but his lack of technique makes him an easy target, and he is quickly knocked down, drawing laughter from the onlookers. Humiliated, George storms out and punches a heavy bag so hard that it falls, silencing everyone instantly. In the locker room, Doc calms George down, explaining that 6 months earlier, his opponent was as inexperienced as George is now. Doc assures him that with proper training, he can reach the same level. Frustrated, George mentions the laughter from the other guys, but Doc insists that he must ignore the opinions of others and focus on his training. Doc begins to train George rigorously, teaching him various boxing techniques and tactics. George finds footwork and coordination challenging, but Doc emphasizes that boxing is as much about strategic thinking as it is about physical skill. One day, George calls home, and the conversation goes well until he mentions he's learning to box. His mother expresses her disapproval of fighting.
No, I'm not fighting. What do you call it, George? It's boxing. It's a sport with rules.
No, I don't want you to be fighting.
What's that got to do with anything, Mom?
But their call is abruptly ended when George runs out of phone credit. Later, George faces the same opponent who previously knocked him down, but this time, the match is dramatically different. Within seconds, George knocks him out, leaving Doc impressed by his rapid improvement. George visits Doc in his office and learns that Doc was once a professional boxer who won his first 24 fights.
Then what? Unfortunately, I can take one uniform.
George shows him an article about Joe Frazier from a boxing magazine and declares his ambition to become the world champion. Doc, finding his eagerness endearing, advises him to temper his expectations and explains the extensive training required before competing at a professional level. When George inquires about the next Olympics, Doc informs him that although the Olympics are next year, he won't be ready to compete for another 5 years.
5 years? I'll be an old man.
You got a punch like I've never seen. But even if you train harder than any man has ever trained, there is no way you can make it to the Olympics next year.
The scene shifts to the following summer. George, now 19 and having trained for only 1 year, faces a more experienced Soviet boxer. Commentators doubt his chances, but his family watches proudly from home, their eyes glued to the TV. Everyone at the Job Corps rallies behind George, and even his mother, despite her reservations about the violence, joins her children in front of the television. George delivers several decisive blows, winning the gold medal effortlessly. His victory brings mixed emotions for his mother, who struggles with the violence of the sport, while George, ecstatic, hoists the American flag. His siblings watch in awe, hardly believing that their brother has won his first Olympic gold medal at such a young age. The day after his victory, George proudly wears his gold medal as he strolls through his neighborhood. He encounters a former accomplice who criticizes him for raising the American flag after his fight, contrasting it with the significant protest by other black athletes who stood with bowed heads on the podium. He accuses George of disrespecting their cause. Frustrated and hurt, George goes to his mother and vents to her, expressing his exhaustion with being labeled a sellout by those around him. She soothes him.
Let me make you something. Anything you want.
I'm not hungry.
Let the Lord take me there. I never thought I hated food.
And bolstered by her support, George vows to win the championship belt to earn everyone's respect.
You know what you fight? You won't get hurt.
Didn't you watch me? They don't hurt me. I hurt them.
At the airport, George spots a stunning girl reading a sports magazine featuring him on the cover. He approaches her, and they strike up a conversation. Her name is Paula. As her flight is announced, she rushes off. George tries his best to get her number.
Your footwork is better than your pickup game, George.
She tells him to write his phone number, leaving him slightly flustered.
I'm more supposed to ask for help.
George, do I look like the kind of woman that stands around by the phone?
He scribbles his number, and after she leaves, he mumbles to himself.
Oh, man. You do not.
Back at the gym, Doc introduces George to his new team, Dick Sadler, his promoter, and Archie Moore, the former light heavyweight champion.
The morning you wake up to fight for that championship, the air tastes different. The sun looks different. And only 2 men on this whole ladder, and you're one of them.
As George embarks on his quest for the heavyweight title, he defeats his opponents one by one, each victory bringing him closer to his goal. Under his coach's guidance, he prepares to face Joe Frazier. Meanwhile, Paula calls George, and they begin dating. She becomes a regular at his fights, supporting her boyfriend as he improves his record to 22-0. Eventually, George and Paula get married.
Do you take this woman to be your wife?
After securing his 36th win, his coaches announce that he is ready for the title fight. The big day arrives in Jamaica, the title fight between George Foreman and Joe Frazier. George is the underdog, especially since Frazier defeated Muhammad Ali 2 years ago, and hardly anyone believes George stands a chance. The crowd chants fervently for Frazier. He He takes a heavy left hook early in the first round, but responds with powerful body shots. Frazier lands another of his signature left hooks, but just before the round ends, George delivers a massive uppercut, knocking Frazier down. The bell rings, giving Frazier crucial recovery time. Undeterred, George dominates the subsequent rounds, knocking Frazier down several times until the referee is forced to stop the fight. To everyone's astonishment, George is declared the new heavyweight champion of the world. At the after-party, George is surrounded by cheers and a flurry of journalists. Amid the excitement, a charming woman catches his eye. He also approaches Desmond, offering him a role as his financial manager, acknowledging his knack for numbers. Impressed but taken aback, Desmond agrees, promptly pouring out his drink, as George insists he stop drinking. Later, George returns to his hotel room to find that same woman on his bed. Despite his confusion, he lets her stay, and they share an intimate moment. However, the realization that he has cheated on his wife leaves George feeling deeply uncomfortable. The next morning, George watches an interview where Muhammad Ali mocks him, vowing to throw him back into the ghetto with one punch. George is infuriated by these words. A few months later, George hosts a family gathering at his luxurious mansion. He proudly shows his mother his collection of cars.
Each car has its own personality. That's why you be five of them. You see my raw.
He's delighted to see his daughter, but his interactions with his wife are noticeably distant. Just as they're about to eat, his mother reminds everyone to thank God for the food.
How about the food, Mom?
During the meal, his sister Mary announces she's expecting a baby, and Desmond shares that he's invested all George's money into rock-solid stocks.
Rock-solid stocks. I like the sound of that.
Meanwhile, Paula steps away to answer a phone call, only to discover it's one of George's mistresses on the line. She confronts George about it.
I was doing just fine before you came.
Oh, so you don't like this life now? I give you everything.
I don't want everything.
I want you.
George can't even look her in the eyes. George then travels to the Democratic Republic of Congo to fight Muhammad Ali. In this country, Ali is revered as a hero, and almost everyone supports him. At the hotel, George encounters Ali entertaining a crowd of celebrities with a stand-up routine mocking George.
Like a butterfly, sting like a bee. His hands can't hit when his eyes can't see. Now you see me, now you don't. George thinks he will, but I know he won't.
Claiming that the sports writers will regret underestimating him. When George approaches, the audience anticipates a response.
George, we were just talking about a different...
Waking up with headaches? Sealy Posturepedics exclusive precision fit coils. Respond with targeted support right where you need it most. Sharp Sealy savings during the July 4th sale.
Make every meal delicious with California Olive Ranch Extra Virgin Olive Oil.
New FungiCare Night Cream, a 2-in-1 product that cures toe fungus and soothes skin while you sleep.
Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 live on Fox 1, June 11th through July 19th. Available with YouTube. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
At Wells Fargo, we get it. Ella started her business because she loves facades. Atriums.
A different fight.
He chooses to walk away in silence, leaving Ali to continue captivating the spectators.
Well, if the boxer's how he does interviews, it's going to be a short night. I feel sorry for Ali. Foreman could put him in the morgue.
Due to Muhammad Ali's immense popularity in the country, the crowd chants the legendary phrase Ali Bomaye, which means Ali, kill him. Despite this, commentators speculate that after Foreman's dominating performance against Frazier, Ali seems unlikely to stand a chance. As the fight begins, George takes control, landing several significant punches while Ali attempts to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Ali's continuous taunts and mockery only fuel George's anger.
That's all you got, George? They told me it was bad, George. Let me see it.
Throughout the fight, George aggressively pushes Ali against the ropes, delivering powerful punches. Ali demonstrates his defensive prowess, managing to counterattack periodically. However, George's aggressive style gradually drains his gas tank, visibly tiring him as the rounds progress, while Ali remains relatively fresh. During a break, while Dick and Archie urge George to keep up the pressure, Doc is visibly concerned by the advice, noticing George's increasing fatigue and slower movements. By the 8th round, it's clear that Foreman is exhausted, and Ali begins to dominate. He lands several forceful punches, eventually knocking Foreman down onto the canvas. Ali wins the fight by knockout, marking Foreman's first defeat. The audience erupts in admiration for their hero, Muhammad Ali.
After his defeat, George reevaluates his life. Realizing that he had been blinded by his aggressive nature, he decides to make amends. He calls his wife, vowing to never leave her side again. But Paula, feeling detached and hurt, asks him to sign divorce papers instead. Seeking comfort, George visits his mother and confesses that he has dismissed Dick and Archie, blaming them for his loss. His mother supports his decision, offering him solace. Later, in an attempt to prove his strength and regain his pride, George decides to fight 5 boxers in one day. However, the rationale behind this challenge baffles everyone. Doc urges him to abandon this reckless idea before it's too late. During the event, Muhammad Ali joins the commentators.
Heavyweight champion and world-class clown Muhammad Ali is about to join me at the table.
Clown?
Howard, don't get hurt now.
And as the fight progresses, he captures the crowd's attention, who chant his name.
Ali! Ali!
Frustrated and seeking redemption, George challenges Ali to a rematch, sparking an argument between them. Despite the distractions and tensions, George completes his daunting challenge, defeating all 5 fighters and knocking out 3 of them, demonstrating his enduring strength and skill. After the fight, Doc confronts George in the dressing room, questioning what he hoped to gain from fighting 5 opponents in one day. He advises George to return to fighting opponents one at a time. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a message for George. Rushing to the hospital, George learns that his pregnant sister Mary has started bleeding and was urgently hospitalized.
You tell them whatever it costs. I'll pay for it. We need the best doctors. We already got the best doctors, George. The baby was a miracle. We need to pray.
As doctors work to save the baby, his family begins to pray. Overwhelmed, George steps outside to pray, asking God why he would choose his sister's baby when Mary is the kindest person he knows. He pleads with God to take his life instead, if a life must be taken. The next morning, George is awakened by his mother. They go to Mary's room and find her holding a healthy baby, a miracle that doctors cannot explain.
Say hi to your nephew, no George.
George?
Yeah, Mama told me you prayed. Whatever you said to him, it worked.
In the next scene, George struggles during a fight against Jimmy Young, ultimately losing by unanimous decision. In the dressing room, a coach criticizes George harshly, telling him he's lost his chance at a rematch with Muhammad Ali. Overwhelmed and suffering from heat stroke, George hears a voice. He collapses, losing consciousness. When he wakes up, Doc informs him that they thought he was dead.
Whoa, Jesus Christ, it's alive. He's alive.
A few days later, George is baptized. Soon after, he speaks at a church, nervously telling the congregation how he found God. Spotting a girl in the audience who listens intently, he finds his calm. He declares his intention to dedicate his life to God and become a preacher, surprising and shocking Doc. Doc is skeptical of George's sudden change, suspecting it might be for show, and feels deeply upset about his decision.
Remember when you told me that you traded in one uniform for another? That's what I'm doing. I had no say, George. My choice was made for me. So was I.
Next, George visits Muhammad Ali, while Ali continues to joke about him.
I'm here to tell you that I found Jesus. You found Jesus. Congratulations, George. I did not know he was lost.
George reveals that he was once so angry with Ali that he wanted to kill him, but now he's seeking forgiveness.
Come on, man. You want a rematch. I know. Just come out and say it. All you got to do is fight Kenny Norton one more time, knock him out. Then I'll give you another shot at the title, and then we both get paid, huh? Praise Jesus.
George reassures him that it's not a joke, and after a heartfelt conversation, they reconcile and eventually become friends. George then visits his ex-wife and children. He apologizes sincerely for his past behavior, hoping to make amends. During his next visit to the church, he approaches the girl he noticed before and strikes up a conversation. She finds it hard to believe that a former boxer like him could truly transform into a preacher. In response, George takes a microphone and steps outside the church to preach and inspire passersby to follow God. Although some mock him, he remains calm, showing his growth in handling anger.
But the Lord who changed my life, the Lord who changed Jimmy Young, I see him beat the hell out of you.
The girl watches from a distance, impressed by his sincerity. Later during lunch, she apologizes for doubting him, explaining that his reputation had made her skeptical. Now, seeing his true intentions, she introduces herself as Mary, and they discover a mutual attraction. George drives her to an old abandoned church, sharing his dream of buying it to establish his own congregation. 7 years later, George's dream has come true. He preaches in his own church, supported by his wife, Mary, and their children. After a service, a woman approaches him with her grandson, asking George to train the boy who has fallen in with a bad crowd.
I'd sign up to train on me, but not the guy who lost to him.
George declines, suggesting they find guidance in the Bible instead. A week later, while playing with his kids at home, George sees a news report that the boy was arrested for committing a crime. He feels a deep regret for not agreeing to train him. George discovers an old building ideal for his plans and instructs his financial manager to purchase it. We see Desmond is still struggling with drinking problems. They renovate the space, and within a few months, the gym is thriving with students. George hires several coaches and even dedicates a section of the gym as the Muhammad Ali study hall. However, a year after opening, during a class, the electricity suddenly goes out. The power company reveals that they have not received any payments. Worse, Desmond is nowhere to be found. Frantic, George visits the bank and learns that Desmond invested all his money in high-risk stocks, which have now tanked, leaving his investment account empty.
He put them into solid stocks to set me up for life.
No, these were all high-risk gambles.
The bank threatens to repossess the property, including his mother's house. Enraged, George got the whole town looking for Desmond. Despite his anger, his mother urges him to forgive Desmond. George eventually finds Desmond in a bar, trying to escape. George catches him up and nearly kills him. Realizing what he's doing, George forgives Desmond. To salvage his financial situation, George resorts to starring in a sauce commercial and selling merchandise. Despite these efforts, his wife Mary informs him that they are still far from resolving their financial crisis. As the bank begins to seize his property, George sinks into depression. He dusts off his old boxing gear, trying to reconnect with his past as a boxer. He confides in Mary that he has asked a friend to give the upcoming sermon in his place, feeling he can't preach on living rightly when he's lost everything. He wants to fight again, and Mary is against it. She's afraid his rage can come back.
So 2 things I know how to do. That's box, preach your own way to bills.
George seeks out Doc, asking him to train him once more. Doc is initially resistant, reminiscing about how heartbroken he was when George quit. He explains when Joe Louis tried to come back, Marciano almost killed him in the ring.
Joe Louis tried to start the top. We'll start at the bottom. You're wrong.
They call us circus act.
We keep winning.
However, George manages to reassure him by telling words that his coaches once told him.
The air's gonna taste different. The sun, that's gonna look different. Only 2 men on this whole earth is gonna matter. And we'll be both up.
Hearing this, Doc's eyes immediately light up. He says George needs to lose weight first, and then they can start training. Motivated, George struggles into his old gym clothes.
I think the gym clothes shrunk.
He begins training with his son.
Hey, George, take it easy, man. You're gonna have a heart attack. That's nasty, George.
He has hard time during workouts, supported unexpectedly by Mary, who helps him stick to his diet. After months of effort, George successfully makes weight and returns to Doc, ready to train fully. During a sparring session, George's speed is lacking, and he struggles to keep up with his opponent. Doc assures him they will adapt his style with new techniques. In the middle of the night, Mary wakes from a vivid dream. In the morning, she tells George that she had a dream. In the dream, the Lord spoke to her and showed her a vision of George winning the heavyweight championship again.
He's gonna lift you up in the middle of that ring, so you'll lift him up in front of millions of people.
Before his comeback fight, Doc suggests they need George's old anger to win, but George insists on approaching the fight without succumbing to his rage.
It's fight. Box. Sport. Rule.
George enters the ring against Steve Zowski, telling Doc that he's scared to take his robe off in front of all these people.
Last time they saw me, I looked like Superman.
Now you look like the Michelin Man. This ain't no beauty contest.
Everyone notices George is overweight. As the fight begins, George acts too calmly, even holding back his anger after getting punched after the bell. In the second round, George begins to dominate, leaving no chance for Zowski. Seeing that his opponent can't fight back, Foreman demands that the referee stop the fight. News of George's triumphant return spreads, celebrating him as a hero to fat, old, bald guys everywhere, marking a remarkable comeback not just in boxing, but in his personal journey as well. After a remarkable streak of 24 wins, 42-year-old George Foreman faces reigning champion Evander Holyfield in a match billed as the Battle of the Ages. Despite a valiant effort, George loses by unanimous decision. Post-fight, when he visits his bank, all the employees cheer for him. Although he didn't win the match, George is stunned by a payment of $12 million from HBO for the fight. Despite the financial windfall, he tells Mary that his job isn't over yet.
Maybe I heard him wrong.
You heard him right. You did this part. You have to do all.
3 years later, Michael Moorer defeats Holyfield to win the title, and now George is a contender once again. At 45, no one believes George stands a chance against the 26-year-old Moorer, a powerhouse with 30 wins by knockout and the first Southpaw heavyweight champion. Moorer's undefeated record and formidable prowess make him a daunting opponent.
How can you beat that man?
As the fight unfolds, Moorer dominates the early rounds, with George barely hanging on. Everyone at his gym, including his mother, roots for him. After the 9th round, his cornermen suggest he should throw in the towel.
9 rounds against the best in the world. No shame, son.
However, in the 10th round, George lands a devastating right hand, knocking Moorer to the canvas. Against all odds, George Foreman wins the title, becoming the oldest heavyweight champion in history.
Thank you. Thank you. We did it.
The movie then reveals that at 45 years old, George regained the heavyweight title after losing it 20 years before. George and Muhammad Ali became great friends, speaking by phone almost every day for the rest of Ali's life. In 1998, Charles Doc Broadus was inducted into the World Boxing Hall of Fame. Today, George continues to preach at his church and run his youth center in Houston. Guys, if you're interested in making money on YouTube, check out my personal channel by clicking on this picture or the
A criminal teaches a boy how to defend himself at school.
Yes, but it's a double standard. Here's the thing: the double standard exists because a man's life is way harder than a woman's life. Way harder.
She stood on my porch just as the last of the daylight was slipping behind the ridge, dark hair tangled around her shoulders, a dusty wool sweater hanging loose on her frame, and her hands clutching a stack of brown envelopes so tightly the red letters bled through the crumpled edges. Past due. I had not even opened my mouth to invite her in when she whispered it. So quietly the evening wind nearly stole the words before they reached me. No one marries a widow with 3 kids. I looked at her. Red eyes, trembling hands, and I heard myself say, then I'll be the first. I did not know then that those words would change everything. Let me go back a few months, because that moment on the porch did not come from nowhere. My name is Caleb Mercer. 38 years old, I fix houses for a living in Harlan, Kentucky, a small coal town in the southeastern mountains, where everybody knows everybody, and most people have already decided what your life is going to look like before you get a say in it. Self-employed, which means I drive around in a beat-up truck fixing whatever needs fixing. I had been divorced for 2 years. My ex-wife Danielle left because, in her words, this town was killing her. She took the SUV and half the savings and drove west on a Tuesday morning without looking back. I stood on the porch and watched the taillights disappear around the bend past the hardware store. I did not chase her. I did not beg. I just stood in the kitchen and listened to the faucet drip for a long time. I got quieter after that. I moved into my grandfather's old timber frame house at the edge of town. 2 bedrooms, wood floors that creak like a conversation, a porch that wraps around the front. I settled into a rhythm. Mornings I drove around fixing roofs, replacing pipes, patching drywall for neighbors who paid in cash or leftover casserole. Afternoons I sat on the porch with a cup of black tea and listened to the FM station crackle through bluegrass and weather reports. Morning fog would settle on the tin roof and burn off by 9. It was not a bad life. It just was not much of one. The only person who talked to me on a regular basis was Floyd, the 70-year-old owner of the hardware store on Main Street. Floyd had known me since I was a kid, and he had a weathered face and a talent for saying exactly what you did not want to hear at the exact moment you were not ready to hear it. I would go in for supplies and end up staying an hour listening to stories about people who had been dead for 30 years. One time he looked at me over the counter and said, "You're living like an old man before your time, Caleb." I laughed. He did not. Then one September afternoon my phone rang. A woman's voice, polite, with a slight tremor underneath. She said her name was Clara Ashby. She lived at the end of Oak Street in the old white house with the crooked porch. She needed a few things repaired before winter, and nobody else would take the job. I said yes without thinking about it. I drove out the next morning. The house was worse than she described. Porch sagging on one side, railing rotted through. Porch light dead in its socket and hanging crooked. Roof leaking in 2 places, kitchen window jammed shut, pipes under the sink weeping rust-colored water into a bucket. Clara met me at the door. 34, dark-haired, thin in a way that looked more tired than anything else. Behind her, 3 small faces peered out from the hallway. Junie, 9, watching me like she was taking notes. Micah, 7, fidgeting. Rosie, 4, gripping her mother's sweater and staring up at me with enormous brown eyes. On the kitchen table I saw a pile of envelopes. Every single one had red lettering on it. Clara caught me looking and quietly moved the stack into a drawer without a word, the way you put away something you do not want a guest to see. Then she turned and asked in a low voice, "Can I pay in 2 installments?" "I don't have it all right now." I nodded. "No deposit." She looked surprised, like she had been bracing for a different answer. Next day at the hardware store, Floyd pulled me aside. "Clara Ashby? Husband died 2 years ago. Mining accident. Left her with 3 little kids and a mountain of debt. Whole town felt sorry for her for about 3 months. After that, they started talking." He paused and looked at me with an expression I recognized. "Be careful, Caleb." I asked what he meant. He shook his head slowly. "Your own heart, son." For the first time in 2 years, I found myself wanting to know more about someone, wanting to ask questions I had no professional reason to ask. And that feeling unsettled me far more than it comforted me. I went back to Clara's house the next morning and started on the roof. The work took me 3, maybe 4 days to get through the worst of it. I moved through the house carefully, section by section, and the kids moved around me in their own careful orbits. They were cautious at first, The way children are when a stranger enters the territory they have mapped out as safe and familiar. On the first day, all three of them watched me from behind the screen door like I was a wild animal someone had let onto the property. On the second day, Micah came outside carrying a glass of water in both hands and set it on the porch railing about 2 feet from where I was working, then turned and ran back inside before I could even say thank you. On the third day, Rosie came out and sat herself down on the top step about 4 feet from where I was replacing a rotted board. She did not say a single word. She just sat there with her legs tucked underneath her, tilting her head to one side, watching my hands move with the kind of complete attention that only small children and old carpenters are capable of giving. Clara kept her distance. She would bring out a glass of water or a cup of tea, ask if I needed anything from inside, then disappear back through the screen door. But I started noticing things that did not match her careful distance. She always seemed to have cooked enough food for one extra person, even though I had never once stayed for a meal. She knew I drank my tea without sugar, and I could not for the life of me remember ever mentioning that to her. She had straightened the front fence pickets before I arrived each morning, pulling weeds from the base and sweeping the walkway, as though she did not want me to see exactly how far everything had fallen apart when she was not looking. One afternoon, Junie sat down next to me while I tightened a hinge on the porch railing. She did not look at me. She just said it, flat and quiet. Mom knew your name before she called you. She asked Mrs. Wilson about you. I looked at her and smiled and said something casual about how it made sense to ask around before hiring someone you had never met. Junie gave me a look that was far too old for a 9-year-old, shrugged with one shoulder, and went back inside. I did not think much of it at the time. I filed it away as a sensible precaution. But the truth was sitting right there in that small girl's words, waiting for me to be smart enough to see it. Clara had not picked my name out of a phone book. She had asked about me. She had chosen me specifically. And the reason had nothing to do with roof shingles or leaky pipes. By the 4th day, I had finished everything on the list. Roof sealed, windows working, pipes tight. Everything except the porch light. I told Clara I could swap it in 10 minutes. She was quiet for a long moment, staring up at the dead socket with an expression I could not quite read. Then she shook her head slowly. Leave it. It's been dead since Marcus died. I'm used to the dark out here. I understood immediately what she was telling me. That porch light was the last thing in this house that still belonged to her husband's time. The last small thing that had broken during his life and never been repaired. Leaving it dark was not laziness or neglect. It was a way of keeping something, a boundary she was not ready to let go of. I put my tools down and did not say another word about it. That evening I drove home through the early dark and sat on my own porch, staring up at my own porch light. It worked perfectly, burning steady and warm and yellow against the cold October sky. But there was nobody inside my house waiting for me, no one the light was shining for. And for the first time in 2 years, I sat there and actually thought about that. A porch light with no one to welcome home. Who exactly was it on for? The following week, Clara called me again. Not about house repairs. Micah had a dentist appointment in town, and her car would not start, and the bus did not run on that route. Could I possibly drive them? I said yes without hesitation. The week after that, Junie needed a late pickup after a school event, and Clara could not get there in time on foot. I said yes again. And then one evening, Clara called and asked, almost offhandedly, whether I might want to stay for dinner after dropping off some caulk she had asked for. She said it casually, as if the answer did not matter either way. But when I walked through the kitchen door, she had already set a 4th plate at the table. I sat down with them. The 4 of us crowded around that old kitchen table with the wobbly leg, eating chicken and rice and canned green beans. And something shifted inside my chest that I could not put a name to. Micah talked about a frog he had caught in the yard. Rosie kept showing me the same crayon drawing of what she said was a more like a purple cloud. Junie ate quietly and watched me from across the table, and every now and then the corner of her mouth would twitch upward like she was keeping a secret. After the kids were in bed that night, Clara and I ended up sitting outside on the dark porch. The October wind was coming through sharp and cold, carrying the smell of wood smoke and damp leaves, and the light socket above us was empty and dark. Clara pulled her sweater tighter around her shoulders and started talking about Marcus. He had been a coal miner, 3rd generation, born into the work the same way some men are born into religion. The accident at the number 4 shaft had killed 2 men that day, Marcus and a boy named Danny Sizemore, who was barely 20 years old and had only been working the mines for 6 months. The mining company paid out a settlement that covered roughly half the medical bills and funeral expenses that should never have existed in the first place. Everything else had turned into debt that grew interest the way weeds grew in an untended garden. People felt sorry for me for about 3 months, Clara said, her voice flat and steady and practiced, like she had told this story enough times that she had learned to strip the emotion out of it. After that, they started judging how I spent money, whether I should sell the house, whether the kids needed a father figure, or whether I was doing fine on my own. Everybody had an opinion, and nobody had a solution. She paused and looked at me, and in the dim light I could see something unguarded cross her face. You're the first person who hasn't looked at me with pity. I did not say anything to that. I did not tell her she was strong or brave or any of the things people say when they do not know what else to offer. I just sat there in the dark on her porch and let the silence fill the space between us. And something in that silence felt honest in a way that words would not have been. I did not love Clara at that point. I want to be clear about that. But I had started counting the days until I went back to her house, and I had started counting the hours once I left. Then one night, weeks later, sitting alone on my own porch, with the last of my tea going cold, my phone screen lit up in the darkness. A text message from a number I had not seen in over 2 years. Danielle. The message was short and sharp and perfectly aimed. The way a thrown stone does not need to be large to leave a bruise. I hear you've been fixing up some house on Oak Street. Be careful, Caleb. People will think you're so lonely you've lost your mind. I sat there staring at the bright screen in the dark for a long time. Then I deleted the message. But when I set the phone down, my hands were cold, and they were not cold from the weather. Danielle came back to Harlan 3 weeks after that text. No warning, no phone call, no courtesy. She walked into Floyd's hardware store on a Tuesday afternoon, like she had never left town. Hair freshly done, expensive perfume, cutting through the familiar smell of sawdust and machine oil, asking questions about my life as casually as if she had just stepped out for groceries and come back. Floyd found me that same evening and delivered the news with the particular grim expression of a man who has been watching a storm build on the horizon and has finally seen it cross the ridge. Your ex-wife is back in town, he said, leaning against his truck in my driveway, looking real cheerful too, the dangerous kind of cheerful. Danielle showed up at my house the following evening. She was wearing a new dress, had new highlights in her hair, and carried herself with the kind of polished confidence that used to make me feel like I was never quite enough. She sat down at my kitchen table without being invited and said she had been doing a lot of thinking over the past 2 years. Maybe she had been too hasty. Maybe she had run from something that could have worked. Maybe we deserved another chance. I looked at her across the counter where we used to eat breakfast together every morning, and I felt absolutely nothing, not anger, not longing, not even mild curiosity about where she had been or who she had become, just a quiet, flat recognition that whatever door she had walked through 2 years ago had sealed shut behind her, and somewhere in the silence that followed, I had stopped checking whether it was locked. I said no. Simple and quiet and final. The way you close a book you have already finished reading. Danielle's face shifted. The warmth dropped away like a mask being set down on a table. And underneath it was something hard and sharp and familiar. Because of that widow, she said, her voice low and cold. I did not answer. She stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked out of my kitchen. But she did not leave Harlan. What Danielle did over the next several weeks was worse than anything I could have predicted. And it was worse precisely because she never lied. She did not need to. She took pieces of the truth and turned them just far enough to make them cut. She told people around town, never loudly, never maliciously, always in the soft, sympathetic voice of someone who was merely concerned. Poor Clara Ashby, having to depend on a handyman she can barely pay, because she can't afford to hire a proper contractor, and to different people in different conversations. Caleb has always been that way. Sees someone struggling and rushes in to help, calls it love when really, it's just needing to feel needed. She never raised her voice. She never said a single thing that was technically untrue. She was not inventing a single story. Every fact she shared was accurate, but she was doing something far more precise than lying. She was taking things that were real, and rearranging them until they cast entirely different shadows. The way you can change the meaning of a photograph just by cropping it differently. She turned genuine help into charity. She turned growing closeness into emotional calculation. She made Clara look desperate, and me look like a man who fed on desperation, and it worked. That is what I learned about Danielle during those weeks. She did not need volume or drama or even invention. She just needed patience and the right audience. Within weeks, the atmosphere around Clara shifted. She stopped calling. She stopped inviting me to dinner. She stopped asking for rides for the kids. When I drove out to Oak Street to check on the kids, she met me on the porch instead of inside, standing farther away than before, her arms folded tight across her chest, her voice flattened into something polite and distant. You've done enough, Caleb. Thank you. There was something final in it, like she was closing a door and trying to make the closing sound polite. I pressed gently, asking what had changed, and Clara broke open, not with anger, with shame. She could not even look at me when she said it. Her eyes dropped to her own bare feet on the cold porch boards, and her shoulders pulled inward like she was trying to make herself smaller. Do you know what people are saying? They say I'm clinging to you because I have no one else. They say you feel sorry for me, and that's the only reason you keep coming around. They say I'm too desperate to see what's really happening. Her voice cracked, and I don't know, Caleb. I don't know if they're wrong. I stood there and felt every word land. I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell her that kindness was not pity, and closeness was not calculation, and that everything Danielle had whispered was the truth turned inside out. But I looked at Clara standing there with her arms wrapped around herself, bare feet on cold boards, and I realized that anything I said right then would sound exactly like what Danielle had described. A man trying to convince a woman she needed rescuing. So I left, not because I agreed, because staying would have proved their point. I drove home and sat on my porch, staring at the light burning above my empty door, and this time the loneliness had teeth. Danielle was not finished. She found out, through whatever channel small town gossip moves fastest, that Clara owed 2 years of back property taxes. The house was one missed payment from county seizure. This was the thing Clara had protected most fiercely. The shame she carried closest to her chest. The one secret she had fought to keep hidden even from me. Danielle mentioned it at the church fellowship dinner, leaning close to a woman known for spreading information the way wind spreads pollen. She did not say it cruelly. Worse, she said it with deep theatrical sympathy. I just feel terrible for her. Can you imagine? About to lose your home with 3 little children. Someone really should help that poor woman. By sundown, every person in Harlan knew. By the following morning, the thing Clara had spent 2 years fighting to keep hidden was common knowledge at the diner, the post office, and every pew in the church. Nobody offered solutions, but everybody had opinions. Then one evening, late, my phone rang. Not a text this time. A call. The voice on the other end was small and shaky and trying very hard to be brave. It was Junie, the first time she had ever called me directly. She must have memorized my number or found it written somewhere in her mother's kitchen. Mr. Caleb, she whispered, using the kind of careful quiet that a child uses when she is saying something she knows she is not supposed to say. Mom cries every night. She doesn't know I can hear her through the wall. My hand tightened around the phone until my knuckles turned white. There was a pause, and then Junie said it again, softer. I hear her, as if saying it twice would finally make someone do something about it. Danielle never needed to make up a single thing. She just took what was already true and angled it into a weapon. The right fact, at the right time, to the right ears. I drove to Clara's house that same evening. I did not call ahead. I did not plan what I was going to say. I did not rehearse a speech or prepare careful words. I just picked up my keys and went. She opened the front door slowly, and I could see immediately that she had been crying. Her eyes were swollen and rimmed with red, and she was clutching another stack of brown envelopes, thicker than before, more red letters, more deadlines she could not meet. She looked at me standing on her porch in the cold November air, and her voice was barely above a whisper. You shouldn't be here, Caleb. I did not move. I stood right where I was, on the same porch where she had stood the very first time she came to my house, in the same kind of fading light, holding the same kind of desperate envelopes. I'm not here because I feel sorry for you. I said quietly. I'm here because I cannot sleep at night if I don't know you're okay. Clara leaned her back against the doorframe and closed her eyes. The November wind pushed a scattering of dry oak leaves across the porch boards, and the dead porch light swung slightly in its broken socket above us. When she opened her eyes, they were full and glittering, and her voice came out as a whisper that I had to lean forward to hear. No one marries a widow with 3 kids, Caleb. You know that. I looked at her. Then, I'll be the first, she cried then. Not the controlled, quiet kind that she had been practicing for 2 years, the kind designed to happen after the children were asleep and the bedroom door was closed. This was the other kind, the kind that happens when a person finally stops trying to hold every single thing together and lets the weight just fall. And while she cried, standing in the doorway with the cold wind coming through, she told me the truth. She had known about me long before she ever picked up the phone. Mrs. Wilson, the elderly widow 3 houses down on Oak Street, had mentioned me to Clara months before the call. She told me about you, Clara said through her tears. Caleb Mercer, divorced, lives alone out by the old Mercer property. Kindest man in the whole town, she said. Fixes things for people who can't always pay. Never complains. Clara looked at me, and her voice steadied just enough for me to hear every word. I didn't call you just because I needed the roof fixed, Caleb. I called because I wanted to know if you were as real as she said you were. A pause. Now I know. I stood there on her dark porch and felt something inside me rearrange itself. Something I had been keeping carefully stacked and balanced for 2 years. I told her about Danielle, about how after she drove away, I had convinced myself that I was fine being alone. And the truth was, I had been fine. Genuinely, honestly fine. I ate when I was hungry. I worked when the sun was up. I slept through most nights without trouble. But then one evening a woman appeared on my porch, holding a stack of overdue bills with trembling hands, and I realized something I had been avoiding for a very long time. Being fine alone is not the same thing as being enough. Clara shook her head, slowly, the way people do when they are trying to reject something they desperately want to accept. I don't want you to save me, Caleb. I took one step closer until I was standing directly in front of her. I'm not saving you. I'm standing next to you. Those are 2 very different things. The porch was quiet. Just wind and breathing and the sound of dry leaves scraping across old wood. Then I reached up and rested my hand on the doorframe, right beside the dead porch light. The socket was dark and empty, the wires behind it old and frayed, the whole fixture leaning slightly to one side the way it had since the very first day I came to this house. Let me fix the light, I said. Clara looked at me. She understood that I was not talking about the light. She nodded slowly once, and I felt the weight of what that nod meant settle onto my shoulders like a coat I would never take off. Standing there in the dark, with the November wind pushing dead oak leaves across the porch boards and Clara's breath coming warm and visible in the cold air, and the broken bulbs swinging gently above us, I realized something that tightened my chest. I was not just making a promise to Clara. I was making a promise to 3 children sleeping in their beds on the other side of that wall. 3 kids who had already lost one man who was supposed to stay forever. That weight was heavier than any roof I had ever lifted, heavier than any beam I had ever carried. But I did not put it down. I was just a man standing on a woman's porch with 2 hands that knew how to fix broken things, asking if she would let me try to fix one more. And somewhere in the silence that followed, with the wind pushing dead leaves across old boards and the broken bulbs swinging gently overhead, I felt a certainty settle into me that I had never experienced before, not when I married Danielle, not when I signed the divorce papers, not when I moved into my grandfather's empty house and convinced myself I was fine. This was different. This was the feeling of knowing exactly where you were supposed to be and choosing it completely. The next morning I came back with a new fixture and fresh wiring. It took about 20 minutes to strip the old connections, mount the new housing, and screw in the bulb. When I flipped the switch, warm yellow light flooded the porch for the first time in over 2 years. Rosie was standing at the top of the steps, and she clapped her hands together 3 times, fast and delighted, as if someone had performed a magic trick. Micah came running out of the house and looked straight up at the glowing bulb with his mouth hanging open. "Our house has a light now," he shouted, the words bursting out of him like the house itself had been holding its breath for 2 years and had finally exhaled. Junie was standing in the doorway with her arms folded across her chest, the way her mother always stood, and she smiled. It was the first real smile I had seen from her since the day I arrived to fix the roof. The porch light was the easy part. The debt was something else entirely. Clara would not let me pay a single dollar of it. She made that point immediately and firmly, and I respected it without argument because I understood exactly what it would mean if I did. If I paid her debt, then everything Danielle had whispered to people in town would become the truth. Clara would be the widow who needed a man to rescue her, and I would be the man who bought her gratitude. So instead, I did what I knew how to do. I helped Clara make a plan. We sat together at her kitchen table on a Tuesday evening and called the bank. I found a state assistance program for widows with dependent children that could significantly reduce the property tax burden. Floyd, without needing to be asked more than once, picked up his phone and called a lawyer he had known for 30 years in Lexington, who agreed to handle Clara's case at a fraction of his normal rate. But Clara did everything else herself. She drove to the county clerk's office alone and filed the paperwork. She sat across from the lawyer and negotiated the payment terms. She walked into the bank and met with the loan officer and signed every document with her own hand, while I sat in the truck in the parking lot, engine running, just making sure she knew that someone was out there who was not going anywhere. I did not rescue Clara. I drove. I waited. I made sure the truck was warm when she came back out. It took 3 months of calls and paperwork and sleepless nights, but Clara kept the house. Danielle came back one final time. She appeared at my front door on a cold morning in early February with a look on her face that I recognized immediately from the last months of our marriage, that specific combination of contempt and wounded pride that she wore whenever she wanted you to feel guilty for choosing something she had decided was beneath her. You're wasting your life on a woman who's going to drag you down, she said, standing on my porch in a coat that cost more than Clara's monthly grocery budget. I looked at Danielle standing there in her expensive shoes on the same warped floorboards where Clara had once stood in worn-out sneakers holding envelopes full of debt, and I finally said what I had been carrying quietly for months. You left because you were afraid of being pulled down. I stayed because I wanted to lift someone up. That's the difference between you and me. Danielle stared at me for a long, silent moment. Then she turned without a word, walked to her car, and drove out of Harlan for the second and final time. She did not come back. 6 months later, I had a key to Clara's front door. The children had stopped calling me Mr. Caleb and had started just using my first name. And that small change felt like being handed something immensely valuable without any paperwork attached. Micah asked me to teach him how to hammer a nail straight, and I showed him on a scrapboard in the backyard, and he hit his own thumb twice and laughed both times. Rosie fell asleep leaning against my shoulder on a Saturday evening while the four of us watched a movie that none of the adults had chosen. And one afternoon, Junie came home from school and wordlessly handed me a folded piece of paper. I opened it and saw that it was a school essay. The title, written carefully in pencil at the top, was My Family. My name was in the third paragraph. I folded the paper back up and walked out to the porch and stood there for a while, looking at the light, because I did not want anybody inside that house to see that my eyes had gone red. A year passed. One evening, Clara and I sat side by side on the porch, the house standing solid and whole behind us, the roof sealed tight, the windows clear, the door hanging straight on its hinges, and the porch light glowing warm and yellow above us, the way it had every single night since the morning I fixed it. Clara leaned her head against my shoulder. I remember the first time I came to your house, she said quietly. I was holding those envelopes like they were a shield. I tilted my head up toward the light. I remember the first time I came here. Your porch light was out. Clara was quiet for a moment. Then she said softly, "It's on now." The proposal was not dramatic. Kids asleep, kitchen quiet. I set a silver ring on the windowsill next to a jar of wildflowers Rosie had picked that morning. Clara walked in, saw the ring, and stopped. She stood there a long time. I said it simply. You told me no one marries a widow with 3 kids. I told you I'd be the first. I'm keeping my word. She nodded. Then she crossed the kitchen in 3 steps and pressed her face into my shoulder and cried, the same deep shaking kind of crying she had done on the porch that November night. But this time there was warm light above us and dinner on the stove, and 3 children breathing softly in their beds down the hallway. and everything that had been broken in this house was finally holding together. Love with Clara was never a thunderclap. It was the sound of porch boards creaking under familiar weight, a cup of tea someone had already made before I walked in the door, a porch light burning warm and steady when I turned onto Oak Street at the end of a long day. We got married in a small ceremony at the county courthouse on a Thursday afternoon in May. Floyd stood as our witness, wearing a necktie for what he loudly claimed was only the second time in his entire life. The kids stood beside us holding wildflowers from the yard. The house was still old, still creaked in the wind, but the roof was solid, the doors closed right, and every evening without fail the porch light came on. People tell me I saved Clara. That is not what happened. Clara saved herself. She held 3 children together through the worst years of her life, kept a house standing when every bill in the mailbox told her to let go, and walked into offices with her chin level, and fought for what belonged to her family. I just stood close enough for her to know she was not standing alone. Danielle once asked me why I chose what I chose. I know the answer now. It is because Clara never once asked me to become someone other than who I already was. Love is not about finding someone who is perfect. It is about finding someone who is real, and then choosing to stay when everybody else has already walked away. He whispered once that no one marries a widow with 3 kids. Now every evening I switch on the porch lights and 4 people are waiting for me at the door. She was wrong, and I will spend the rest of my life proving it. Have you ever met someone who made you change your mind about being alone? And if that person were standing right in front of you today, would you have the courage to say the first word? If this story touched something in you, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Tell me your story down in the comments. I read every single one. I will see you in the next video.
And this is already 1% of the population. Like, I don't think women understand like how rare the guy they want is. Now, I'll be honest with you. There's millions of women in America that look like you, have your build, are in shape, etc. Maybe have bigger boobs, but look just like you. That will change. So how are you going to compete with these women?
I don't compete with anyone at the end of the day, it's just me versus myself.
Oh, Queen. All right, go ahead. You got it.
Nothing.
Come on, Queen.
Am I gonna get a little like?
No, you good.
And nothing's worse. Nothing's worse than watching a race and seeing 1 or 2 people at the starting line that didn't allow the race to start.
I should have raised.
Life is a competition. Life is a competition. Guess what? Can you imagine a man walking around and saying, I'm not in competition with other men? That's insanity. It's like,
But at the end of the day, like I know my value in life and where I'm at, very content.
the value that was on the screen.
I don't need a man.
There we go. Now it all makes sense. No, and I'll tell you why. Because most of you won't come across or know where to even find a 1% man, then you're actually going to be fighting for the top 20%.
But
That's
that's
actually
most.
much more your. That's actually much more your speed. You got lucky.
No, here's what it is. Here's what it is. I'm his personal assistant, so I run his. We just started dating, but I'm his personal assistant, so we just started dating. Well, not dating, but we've been together for almost a year.
Oh, so he's a fucker.
I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He's my baby. But no, it's okay. No, but I feel like the competition aspect. The competition. What?
Let's not talk, bro.
The competition aspect comes when you're competing for the 1%. Most guys are losers. They're going to accept anything from a woman. If you literally cook and clean for a guy and do the most bare minimum, most men will actually want a relationship with you. Most men can't even get pussy accessible to them anymore because of all of the stuff that's going on with women.
So you're effectively saying most men are not attracted to most women.
So what I'm saying is,
So
it's easy to gain a husband. It's easy to get a man because most men are very.
It's not easy to gain a husband if it's not the man you want to marry. It's not easy to. You're not.
Well, why does it looks matter? Why does it looks matter?
Well, you gotta ask the ladies why the looks matter. You gotta ask the ladies why the height matters. You gotta ask the ladies why.
None of those things matter.
To you, it does matter to all the women around you.
Wait.
Height,
Girls.
salary, his build,
I'm not.
his masculinity,
I'm listening to you.
et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole host of things that most women have standards for
disqualifies most men. So whereas for you, you're comfortable and you're set, most women today are not. And when they get post 30, it actually gets harder. So when we're saying, and yet absolutely it is a competition.
Here's the other thing.
Y'all don't want all the men that's out there.
See, so she's lucky because she's got a guy out of her league. That's why she's satisfied and happy. So it's on you to keep him, right? See, she rolled her eyes, bro. He's better than you in every way.
No.
There's a million girls that look like you in my
You
bro.
know,
That's nothing to. Let me be honest
There
with you,
are,
bro.
and he tells me
Stop
all
for
the
2
time.
seconds. Let me be very blunt with a lot of you women. A lot of you girls are fucking replaceable, okay? The things that women bring to the table that men actually want are very easy to find. Very well. Don't be a pain in the ass. Be quiet. Don't argue with me. Don't be a whore, etc. Submit to me. A lot of women can do this, okay? But the problem is that the things that you guys are looking for are not easy to find. Decisive, confident, good shape, tall, money, competent, well, right? To teach you something, maybe probably something is, right? In her case, in good shape. So this is very hard to find. So the problem is that there's way more of you than him. Kanye West famously said this, right? There's a million views, there's only one of me, right? There's 1,000 views, there's only one of me. And you're saying right about that, because he didn't come famous as she thinks he is. Well, guess what? There's a lot of people that look like her that aren't whores that didn't have sex on camera. And you can go and get a younger version that isn't a whore and be fine, okay? Because the reality is, Kanye West carries more sexual market value in the dating marketplace than Kim Kardashian does.
So basically, you're looking to lower, you're saying that women can just care.
It's a nonsensical question that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. The topic at hand is simply this. Men's standards are lower than women's, so therefore we can replace you guys easier. So, the higher standards.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Yes, there is.
At Chamberlain University, we know that competence and compassion go hand in hand. That leadership isn't just taught, it's modeled. We know that camaraderie is the secret language of 3 AM. That celebration is for the women, that dinner for men. And we know because for over 100 years.
See there, I say, and you're separately. I'm moving like this home. Drive your separately.